Tonight, as you are lying there with the light low and your phone a little too close to your face, I want you to do one small thing before you relax. Just listen to the sounds in your own room. The hum of the air conditioner, the faint buzz in the walls, maybe a car passing outside. Now imagine that, years ago, in another tired building near a dark river, there was a boy about your age who also lay awake listening. Until one night, the sounds in his ceiling started answering back. 3 slow taps right above his bed. Tap, tap, tap. Before he died, people saw him walking the hallway in a red dress that was not his, tied in ropes he could never have learned to tie alone. The story you are about to hear is based on what happened in that building, but every name and personal detail has been changed to protect the real families and avoid any misunderstanding. If, as we go, this kind of quiet horror helps you drift off, you can subscribe and let more of these stories find you in the dark without you needing to look for them. For now, just lie back, breathe in, and if you hear anything shift above your head while I am talking, try not to move. It is probably nothing. Probably. You are lying in your own room tonight, the way you have so many nights before. And for a moment, it feels almost boring how familiar everything is. The soft glow from your phone or lamp spills out in a small circle, not quite reaching the corners, leaving them to their own quiet. On the nightstand, there is the usual clutter of a day you barely remember now. A glass of water with a fingerprint near the rim. Maybe a mug with a faint ring of coffee. A charger cable coiled like a tiny sleeping snake. Outside your window, the world keeps moving at a distance that feels safe. A car passes by with that hollow rushing sound tires make on asphalt, then fades. Somewhere farther away, a siren stretches a long, tired note through the night, but never comes closer. If you listen carefully, you might hear a neighbor close a door, the muted thud swallowed by insulation and drywall. Your fridge hums, and then clicks quiet again. The building settles its weight with a soft tick that you know, logically, is nothing at all. Your phone screen brightens as the video starts, and light jumps up onto the ceiling. Shadows bend and rearrange themselves, long and short, depending on how you tilt the device in your hand. The ceiling has probably always looked like this. A stain you never quite clean. A crack that looks a little too much like a line on a map. A tiny bump where the paint dried wrong. But tonight, because you are paying attention, it seems different. Every little imperfection feels like it could be the start of a story. For now, you are safe. That is important to say out loud, even if it sounds dramatic. You are not in danger right now. You are in your own bed, or on your own couch, wrapped up in your own blanket. Your door is as locked as you decided to make it. The walls are where you left them. Your heart might be beating a little faster than usual, but that is only because your body knows a story is coming and cannot tell the difference between a voice in your headphones and a threat in the dark. It is jumpy, like a dog that has learned to listen too closely. Listen for a second before the story really starts. There it is, the low drone of your air conditioner, or the heater ticking its way through another cycle. The faint buzz in the wall, where some invisible wire carries power to someone else's room. Pipes breathing, somewhere under the floor, or behind your headboard. Moving water for people you will never meet. A car door closes outside, a little too sharp, then nothing again. Your room is full of tiny sounds you have taught yourself to ignore so you can sleep. If this were any other night, you would scroll a bit more, get bored, let the phone slip out of your hand, and drift off under the same familiar ceiling. The bumps would still be bumps. The crack would still be just a crack. But tonight, you have chosen to listen to a story about another room, in another building, where someone else once lay awake and stared at their own ceiling. The only way this works, the only way these two rooms can touch for a while, is if you let yourself imagine that your walls are thinner than they feel. In another place, not so different from yours, there was once a small bedroom on the 3rd floor of an old building by a river. People called it Riverside Heights, even though Heights was generous for a structure that never made it past 6 floors and always smelled faintly of damp carpet. The river beside it moved slowly, dragging nightlights across its surface in broken lines. And sometimes, when the wind was wrong, the whole building seemed to breathe with it. The windows rattled just enough to be noticed, then went still, as if pretending they had never moved. In that building, there was a room almost exactly like yours. It was narrow, with a bed pushed against one wall, a bedside table that did not quite match, and a ceiling close enough that you could touch it if you stood on the mattress and stretched your hand. Someone had once tried to paint it a comforting color, but years of life had dulled it into something uncertain. Not white, not beige, the color of forgotten things. At night, a small lamp made a soft yellow pool around the bed and left the corners to blur and darken. Some people in the neighborhood still cross the street when they walk past Riverside Heights after dark. They do it without thinking now. The way you avoid a pothole you know is there, even if you cannot see it in the rain. They will not tell you they are afraid of the building. They will say the sidewalk on the other side is just smoother, or the lights are better, or it is closer to the bus stop. But their steps quicken a little when they pass the 3rd floor windows, and their shoulders tighten, and their eyes stay on the ground instead of looking up. Years ago, in that small 3rd floor bedroom, a boy about your age, or maybe a little younger, lay awake listening to the same kinds of sounds you are hearing now. The hums, the clicks, the tired bones of a tired building. He stared at his ceiling and watched the shadows move when cars passed below. Some nights, the room felt ordinary, almost cozy. Other nights, it felt like someone else was there with him, just out of sight, standing in the corner where the lamp could not quite reach. That is his room we are going to visit tonight, from the safety of yours. So keep lying exactly where you are. Let your head sink deeper into your pillow. Let your hands rest where they have already fallen. You do not have to move at all. All you have to do is listen. And remember that while your room and his room are about to overlap in your mind, the bed you are on is still yours. And the ceiling above you has never held anything more than shadows and dust. At least, that is what you have chosen to believe until now. Riverside Heights had not always looked tired. When it first rose beside the slow brown river in the late 1970s, it was described in brochures as affordable, efficient, and modern. The kind of place young families could start in and older couples could quietly finish in. The concrete was new then, sharp at the corners, the glass still bright. Lobby plants stood upright instead of slumping, and the sign out front carried its name in proud blue letters that had not yet peeled or rusted into something that looked more like a sigh than a welcome. Time began working on it almost at once. Seasons layered themselves over the exterior like thin coats of dust no one quite managed to clean. The sun burned one side of the building through long summers until the paint there whitened and flaked. Winter rain soaked the opposite face and left dark streaks like fingers dragging down the walls. By the mid-90s, the modern look had become dated, then quietly shabby, and the management companies that passed through in short succession chose bandages instead of cures. New locks here, a different carpet pattern there, never enough to make the whole thing feel new again. Inside, the elevator that had once shuddered only a little grew more dramatic with every year. Its cables learned to groan. Its floor learned to jump a fraction of a second late, so that the body of anyone riding it felt that harmless but unpleasant drop in the stomach whenever it stopped. The walls of the elevator were mirrored metal, dented and cloudy with fingerprints that no amount of cleaner could erase. The panel of buttons glowed weakly, as if whatever was behind them was tired of being touched. The hallways were long and slightly too narrow, lined with a tired carpet that seemed to keep the dust it was vacuumed to remove. The pattern, some once fashionable swirls of brown and orange, had blurred into a reddish stain under thousands of shoes. Fluorescent tubes and wire cages buzzed overhead, flickering when someone passed beneath as though they were reacting not to movement, but to the warmth of human bodies. Sometimes, a bulb failed entirely and stayed dark for weeks, leaving a stretch of corridor half lit by whatever seeped in from other floors. Sounds lived in Riverside Heights, the way wind lives in tall grass, always present, always shifting. Water ran behind the walls at odd hours, distant and directionless, as if flowing through places that did not exist on any blueprint. Pipes clicked and knocked softly to themselves, as if answering questions no one had asked. Footsteps on one floor echoed strangely into another, stretching out longer than the original walk, so that it was never quite clear whether someone was just now approaching or had already passed by several seconds ago. Doors closed with dull, hollow claps that seemed both too loud and not loud enough for the effort it took to slam them. For a child living there, these sounds were simply the alphabet of the building. The one who would grow up to tell this story once lived in apartment 302, a narrow unit on the third floor, directly across from 304. As a child, they measured days not in hours, but in sounds. The neighbor in 301 frying onions every evening. The couple in 305 having the same argument once a week. The distant rumble of laundry machines in the basement. The endless hum of a vending machine in the lobby that half the time refused to give up its drinks. The air in the corridor outside 302 always smelled of damp and soap, and something faintly metallic, like old coins pressed against skin. Apartment 302 was a world of its own, but its door opened directly onto the shared throat of the hallway, where the lives of other tenants flowed past. It was there, in that narrow, buzzing space, that the child first heard whispered the phrase, "the boy in the red dress." The words slipped between adults, like a draft. An older kid would say it in a dare. "Go knock on 304, see if he answers." And a parent would cut in sharply. "Enough. Do not say that here." Their voices lowered, eyes flicking to that door at the far end of the corridor, the one that looked like all the others, and yet never quite felt the same. 304 did not stand out visually. Its number was the same metal as every other, screwed into the wood at the same height. Its peephole, the same small dark eye. There was no strange mark on the paint, no carved symbols, no visible sign at all. But children in Riverside Heights learned quickly that games of tag ended before that stretch of hall. If a ball rolled too close to that threshold, someone would always say, "Leave it." And another child, feeling foolish and brave at once, would trot forward to snatch it away quickly, as if from a ledge. No one ever leaned against that door while chatting. No one knocked by accident. In the evenings, after the worst of the cooking smells had settled, and the building had sunk into its nightly rhythm of televisions and tired footsteps, a different kind of listening sometimes began. Residents who lay awake on the 4th, 5th, even 6th floor claimed that on some nights they heard a chair scrape softly across a floor above them. One slow drag, a pause, then another slight movement, just enough to register as intentional. The peculiar thing was that above the top floor, there was only the roof, a flat expanse of tar and gravel and vents with no room for furniture at all. Yet the sound repeated itself, months apart, always faint, always in almost the same place in the ceiling. There were stories to explain it, of course. People said a tenant had once lived on the roof in secret, keeping a folding chair and a small stove tucked out of sight. Others said the sound was simply the building shifting in the wind, some piece of metal or ductwork dragging minutely as the structure cooled at night. A few shrugged and blamed old pipes, old beams, old everything. But if anyone, particularly the children, mentioned hearing that slow scraping noise while standing near 304, no one laughed it off. They just went quiet for a moment, listening, as if waiting to hear it again. Riverside Heights had the unnerving habit of responding when provoked. Once in a while, a frustrated tenant would thump a fist against a wall or kick at a door frame, and somewhere inside the building's guts, there would come a delayed reply, a hollow knock, or a shiver that ran down a length of pipe. People joked that the building did not like being hit. What they rarely mentioned was that, for some of them, the most unsettling feeling was not that the building groaned randomly, but that it sometimes seemed to knock back in a rhythm that matched their own. Over the years, tenants moved in and moved out, leaving behind scuffed linoleum and patched over nail holes, and occasionally something stranger, some impression that refused to fade. Mailboxes in the lobby rusted at the corners, their labels smudged by generations of names. The vending machine kept humming in the corner, its light buzzing, offering rows of drinks no one fully trusted. Every so often, a new family would arrive, dragging suitcases and folding tables, unaware of which apartment doors carried extra weight in whispered conversations. They would see 304 the way it was supposed to be seen, just another rectangle of wood at the end of a tired hallway. But the building remembered differently. In its concrete and its plaster and the long bones of its beams, it stored a record of every footstep, every slammed door. Every night someone stayed awake too long, staring at the ceiling. When rain lashed against its windows and the river rose high and breathed damp into its foundations, Riverside Heights listened more closely. It listened to the shuffling of slippers, to the quiet sobs muffled into pillows, to the little gasps in throats when pipes knocked unexpectedly. It listened, especially, to the nights when a chair scraped across a bedroom floor on the 3rd level, and a thin rope whispered against wood. In the present, the narrator's life is quiet, in a way that would have been unimaginable to their younger self. They live in a different city now, in an apartment that smells of coffee grounds and laundry detergent instead of damp carpet and boiled cabbage. The walls are freshly painted, the windows double glazed, the floors a clean laminate that does not remember other people's footsteps. Outside, there is traffic, but it moves in organized lanes, a distant hush rather than a constant pressure. Nothing about this place suggests that it should be haunted, and yet tonight, it feels like they have invited something old to sit down with them. They are sitting at a small desk by the window, the laptop open, the little ring of light from a microphone glowing gently in front of them. On the other side of that microphone, somewhere they cannot see, someone is lying in bed, listening. They are used to thinking of their stories as collections of other people's nightmares, urban legends scooped from forums and documentaries, reshaped and softened for late-night ears. This one is different. This one is growing out of a knot in their own memory, a knot they have never fully untied. They clear their throat, though there is no one in the room to impress, and let the recorder run. The words come slowly at first, circling the edges of what they really want to say. They talk about Riverside Heights the way anyone might talk about a childhood building. Vaguely, with a little nostalgia and a little embarrassment, as if it is nothing more than a backdrop. But under the practiced storyteller's tone is something else, a thin wire of tension they cannot quite cut. They know the moment is coming when they have to admit that this is not a story they found online. It is a story that once looked directly at them. When they were 8 years old, they carried a grocery bag up the dim stairwell to the 3rd floor of Riverside Heights, trailing behind their mother. The weight of the bag dug into their fingers, making the plastic handles angle white against their skin. The hallway on the 3rd floor was lit badly that day, one bulb buzzing, another already dead. Their mother walked ahead with keys in hand, her thoughts on dinner and bills. The child, as children do, walked slower, distracted by the way their own shadow stretched and shrank across the wall as they passed each door. They remember the smell first, a thin thread of something floral in the usual stew of cooking oil and dust, like a single line of perfume drawn through a crowded room. It made them turn their head toward 304 before they knew why. The door was not shut all the way. It stood slightly ajar, just enough to show a slice of the darkness inside, broken by a stripe of light from a lamp or a window. They had never seen it open before, only closed and still, a flat surface that made adults lower their voices. Their mother said something over her shoulder, a tired reminder to hurry up, but the child's feet stopped anyway. The grocery bag bumped softly against their knee. For a moment, the whole building seemed to hold its breath. In that held breath, curiosity leaned harder than fear. They took one small step toward the gap in the door. Through that narrow opening, their eye caught a slice of a scene that did not belong in their catalog of normal hallway glimpses. There was a chair, plain and wooden, placed near a freestanding mirror. Over the back of that chair hung a red dress, its fabric bright even in the low light, the color of something that should not fade. In the mirror, there was a boy, his shoulders thin under bare straps, his hands at his sides, fingers curled slightly as if he had just let go of something. The boy wore the dress, or was in the process of wearing it. The reflection caught him from the side, his face half turned away, his eyes fixed on his own altered outline. It was not playful, not the way a child might laugh at themselves in a costume. It was intent, serious. The kind of concentration that comes from trying to decide whether this new shape is more true than the old one. The red fabric clung to him in a way that made the child at the door feel like they were intruding on something private, like walking in on someone praying. Then there was the floorboard. Not under the boy's feet, not under the chair, but a little to the left, in an empty patch of the reflection where nothing visible stood. It gave a long, complaining creak, the kind of sound wood makes when it shifts under weight. In the mirror, nothing moved. No one stepped there. The boy did not look toward the sound. Only the child in the hallway saw that impossible mismatch. The sound of someone standing where no one was. The grocery bag's plastic cut a little deeper into their fingers. Instinctively, they stepped back. The movement pulled the door gently toward its frame, closing the gap a fraction more. In that sliver of time, the boy's head began to turn, his gaze drifting toward where the door must look from the inside. The child did not wait to see if their eyes would meet. Their mother called again, sharpened by irritation, and they stumbled away, heart pounding, past 304 to 302, into the safety of their own door, their own smells, their own known shadows. They did not tell their mother what they had seen. There was no clear reason not to, and yet the words thickened and tasted strange as soon as they tried to form them. It felt disloyal to the boy in the mirror to speak of him out loud. It felt like inviting that creaking floorboard sound into their own living room. So they swallowed it, the image and the sound, and let it settle somewhere deep and unspoken. Life moved on around it. Groceries were unpacked. Television shows were watched. Homework was done. Years later, long after they had moved away, Riverside Heights began to come back to them in dreams. Always the same. They are standing in the third-floor hallway, alone, the carpet worn flat under their feet. The light above them hums, weaker than it should be, casting a yellow stain over the numbers on the doors. At the far end, 304 stands with its door half open, exactly as it did that day. No sounds from inside, no voices, only the faint impression of cold air slipping through the gap, brushing their face. In the dream, they never walk closer, and they never walk away. They simply stand, caught in that almost moment, heart pounding against a chest that feels both grown and small. They never talk about these dreams either. They tell other ghost stories online, into microphones, over edited soundtracks, and carefully chosen thumbnails. But they leave this one where it is, a private haunting. Tonight, though, as they sit at their desk in a different city, in a building that has never known the river's smell, they choose to open the box in their head where that hallway has been stored. They choose to share it with the stranger listening in the dark, because some things are heavier when carried alone too long. As they say it out loud, the red dress on the back of the chair, the boy in the mirror, the empty floorboard that creaked, they feel the room around them grow a shade quieter. The hum of their own refrigerator recedes. The street noise drops one layer down. Their own voice sounds too clear in their ears. They remind themselves they are an adult now, in a different place, with solid ceilings and newer pipes. It is just a story. It has always been just a story. And then, from somewhere above the bland white plaster of their present ceiling, there comes a sound so small it could be nothing at all. A single, slow creak, like a board adjusting under a weight it has held for a very long time. It might be the neighbor moving a chair. It might be the building cooling in the night air. It might be coincidence. They pause for half a second, throat suddenly dry, then let out a quiet breath and keep talking, filing it away under normal. But as the words continue to spill into the microphone, As the story of Riverside Heights unfolds and tightens, they cannot shake the feeling that something which had been sleeping lightly in the back of their mind has opened its eyes. Liam Kwan moved through Riverside Heights the way a shadow moves across a wall. There, if you happened to be looking, gone, if your eyes preferred brighter things. At 14, he sat in the middle of every scale. Not tall, not short. Quiet, reliable. Teachers liked that his homework appeared on their desks without fuss. Classmates, when they remembered him at all, called him the kid who draws, or the one who watches weird shows. He filled the margins of his notebooks with staircases that led into blankness and doors that opened onto more doors, little escape routes inked where no one else bothered to look. His days traced a narrow loop: school, bus, hallway, 304. The third-floor corridor smelled of detergent and old cooking oil, with a faint ribbon of river damp in the air. The carpet swallowed his sneakers until he felt like a sound the building had decided not to keep. His key turned in the lock with a small metallic sigh, and the door opened onto a room that greeted him with the same tired quiet every night. The entry light flickered once before settling, as if deciding whether this evening was worth illuminating. Most nights, his mother was already gone. Mara worked the late shift at a laundromat where dryers hummed until dawn. She left notes on the kitchen table beside plastic containers of food. Heat 3 minutes, finish math, I love you. Be safe. Her writing was small and neat, pressed deep into the paper. Liam read the notes, folded them once, and stacked them by the salt shaker, like tickets already punched. He obeyed not because anyone checked, but because arguing with ink on paper felt pointless. His father, Daniel, lived at the edges of the apartment, like another piece of furniture that moved only when necessary. Warehouse shifts kept him away at odd hours. Sometimes Liam woke to the sound of the lock turning at 4 in the morning, the rustle of a jacket, the weight of a body dropping onto the couch. Other times, days passed with no sign of him except an extra mug in the sink or the smell of his aftershave hanging faintly in the bathroom. Daniel's love showed itself in grocery bags and rent envelopes, things that spoke loudly to landlords and softly to 14-year-olds. Evenings belonged mostly to Liam and the machines. The microwave beeped when dinner was ready. The refrigerator hummed steadily, a low mechanical breathing that filled the gaps between his own. He sat cross-legged on the sagging sofa, flipping through channels until anime and late-night cartoons blurred together. Heroes shouted, monsters roared, laugh tracks rose and fell. When nothing held his attention, he left the television on a dead channel just to listen to the hiss of static. It sounded like rain behind a wall, or a crowd whispering in another room. At school, he drifted along the edges of groups. Friends groaned about parents who texted too much and called too often. Liam listened and kept his hands in his pockets. No one texted to ask when he would be home. No one waited up. Freedom, in that shape, felt a little like being forgotten in a room after the lights had been turned off. Inside that half-lit space, he began to wonder what it would feel like to be someone else, even for an hour. Not a different life, just a different outline. He experimented quietly, parting his hair another way, borrowing a cousin's shirt that hung a little too long, tracing a thin line of eyeliner in a bathroom mirror once, and scrubbing it away before anyone saw. Each small attempt felt like tapping on the inside of his own skin, asking who else might be there. The closet in 304 was a narrow rectangle with a bar for hangers, and a sagging shelf above. Coats and cardboard boxes had slept there for years. One rainy afternoon, when the sky over the river pressed low and gray against the windows, Liam dragged a chair over and pulled one of the boxes down. Dust rose in a soft cloud that made his eyes water. The cardboard gave way with a papery groan. Inside, instead of old bills or broken appliances, he found fabric. Clothes folded years ago and then forgotten. A pair of high-heeled shoes with worn-down tips. A sequin top missing patches of its glitter. Beneath them, wrapped in tissue paper that crackled like dry leaves, lay a red dress. The color was too deep for children, the kind of red meant to be seen under low light. Even in his small bedroom, it seemed to drink in what little brightness there was. Under the dress lay a black one-piece swimsuit, the kind he had seen on faceless mannequins in department stores. The fabric was smooth and elastic under his fingers. There were no names on the tags, no notes tucked into seams, nothing to say who they had belonged to or why they had been left behind. They felt like pieces from someone else's story that the apartment had quietly stored. The mirror in his room leaned against the wall beside the bed, its wooden frame chipped and its silver backing speckled where age had eaten through. He had stood in front of it 1,000 times without really looking. Shirt straightened, hair checked, expression blank. Now, with the dress over one arm and the swimsuit looped around his hand, the rectangle of glass seemed to wait. He closed the bedroom door. The latch caught with a simple click that sounded louder than it should have. After a moment, he turned the lock. There was no one home to walk in on him, but the small act made the room feel separate from the rest of the apartment, like something had been pulled slightly out of ordinary time. Undressed, he moved quickly, more from nerves than modesty. The swimsuit was awkward to pull on, a little too long, but once it settled, it hugged him in a way his usual clothes never did, tracing lines he rarely noticed. He patted the chest with folded cloth torn from an old t-shirt, rough and uneven. The red dress slid over the black with almost startling ease. The straps sat crooked until he adjusted them. The hem brushed his knees. For a long moment, he kept his gaze lowered, feeling the weight of the fabric, listening to the hum of the refrigerator through the wall and the faint buzz of the overhead light. The apartment made its usual noises, but they felt farther away, like sounds from another floor. When he finally looked up, the boy in the mirror startled him, not because he seemed like a stranger, but because he seemed suddenly more definite. The red framed his shoulders and hips, drawing a line around him that said, "Here." His face was the same nose, same mouth, same uncertainty. But the context had shifted. He turned slightly, watching the dress move, the fabric catching the light in soft waves. He did not pose or spin. He simply stood and studied the reflection, breathing shallowly, trying to understand why this version of himself felt closer to something real than the hoodies and jeans he wore all day. The feeling was not joy and not exactly shame, but something heavy that sat between them. Somewhere beyond his walls, the river slid past the building. Somewhere in the long bones of Riverside Heights, pipes cooled and wood creaked. A single, sharp tick sounded in the wall behind his headboard, and then went still. Liam did not flinch. The building had always talked to itself. If Riverside Heights had been capable of attention, though, that small sound might have been its answer. A quiet acknowledgement that something in 304 had shifted, and that the boy who walked softly was finally, briefly, visible, even if only to his own eyes. Riverside Heights spoke in noises. Even when every door was shut and every light off, the building kept up a low, restless conversation with itself. The elevator was the loudest mouth. Its cables whined whenever someone coaxed it from one floor to another, a strained metal sigh that rose and fell as it climbed and dropped. When it reached the third floor, where Liam lived, its arrival came with a familiar shudder and a hollow clunk as the doors wobbled into place. Sometimes it overshot by a fraction before settling back down. That tiny adjustment sending a ripple through the frame of the building that Liam could feel in the soles of his feet. Behind the walls, water wandered, without caring about human schedules. At 3 in the morning, when most people slept, the plumbing performed its own secret duties. Pipes groaned somewhere above the ceiling, then hummed, then knocked softly in a distant rhythm, like someone thinking with their hands. Occasionally, a sharp, solitary bang would echo through the structure, the kind that made new tenants sit up in bed and old tenants roll over and pull the blanket higher. Radiators hissed in winter and fell silent in summer, but there was always something moving, some little rattle or trickle making its way from one apartment to another. Human sounds layered over the mechanical ones. Neighbors argued in muffled bursts, their words pushed into nonsense by plaster and insulation, so that only the shape of anger came through. A television in 307 liked to stay on late, its laughter track shrill and repetitive. A baby on the second floor cried on an unpredictable schedule, turns of raw noise that made their way up the stairwell and flattened out by the time they reached the third. Doors slammed, keys jingled, someone dropped something heavy now and then. The building collected every one of these sounds and held on to them a little too long, letting them echo just a beat beyond where they should have ended. Liam learned the building's language because he had to. Alone in 304 most evenings, he lay on his back in the narrow bed and listened, eyes on the cracked ceiling. At first, the sounds were only background. He put his headphones on, let anime theme songs and cartoon voices drown out the whine and thump of Riverside's machinery. But headphones pinched and ears got sore. And eventually, there were nights when he let the devices run out of battery and simply listened to the place he lived in, the way someone might finally listen to a person they had ignored for years. He began to map it, there in the dark, with his hands folded on his chest. Elevator groan. Far end of the hall, slightly right. Pipe knock. Above the bathroom, at the corner. The faint, steady thrum that came through the wall by the fridge was probably the vending machine in the lobby, its buzz rising half a tone every time the compressor kicked in. The washing machines in the basement made a deep, confused heartbeat that surfaced in the quietest hours as a distant thud, thud, thud. There were arguments his parents never heard, because by the time their tones crawled through the ceiling, they were nothing but vibrations. Liam could tell which neighbor was walking down the hall just by where their footfalls landed in the scale of the floor's complaints. Heavy boots in 301 made the boards under his doorway vibrate. The slippers of 305 whispered instead. He told himself that knowing these things made him safer. That if anything truly wrong began to happen out there, he would hear it coming. Over time, the litany of sounds sorted itself into categories in his mind. The familiar ones lulled him. Elevator, pipes, televisions, a door, a laugh too loud and then embarrassed. These belonged to the living. Then there were the other sounds, the ones that did not repeat on any schedule, that did not line up neatly with an appliance or a neighbor's habit. The sounds that sometimes arrived when everything else in the building seemed to be holding its breath. The first of these was a slow dragging that seemed to come from directly above his room. It did not sound like footsteps or furniture being moved in a normal way. It was too measured, too long. A scrape, then a pause, another scrape, as if something heavy were being pulled along the ceiling by someone who had all the time in the world. The strange thing was that there was nothing above 304 but the fourth floor apartment, and nothing about the people there suggested they spent their nights rearranging weights on their floor. On nights when Liam heard it, he lay very still and counted the seconds between each movement, trying to convince himself it was just someone pushing a box with their foot. The second sound was more precise, more intimate, a 3-part tap on the wall directly behind his headboard. The first time it happened, he assumed it was someone in 303 knocking on their own wall. The rhythm of impatience. Tap, tap, tap. A pause, then nothing. The second time, on a different night, the taps came again. Same pattern, but slower, as though whoever, or whatever, made them wanted to be sure he couldn't miss them. He tried to make them fit into the normal category. Maybe pipes, maybe heat-expanding wood, maybe the ghost of some past contractor who had done a bad job nailing boards in place. He tapped back once on his side, knuckles barely touching plaster, then rolled over and pretended not to wait. No answer came. The building resumed its usual mutter. That should have been the end of it. One night, though, the boundary blurred. His mother was at the laundromat, his father on a late shift. The apartment belonged entirely to Liam and the television. He had changed into the black swimsuit again, the red dress slipping over it like he had practiced. The curtains were drawn tight. The only light came from the TV at the foot of his bed and the overhead fixture, its fluorescent tube buzzing faintly. In the blue-white wash of the screen, the dress looked darker, almost brown at the edges, but he knew what color it was supposed to be. He sat on the edge of the bed at first, watching some late-night rerun without really seeing it, feeling the hem of the dress between his fingers. The room felt compressed, like someone had gently pressed their hands in against all 4 walls and the ceiling, making the space hold its breath. Sounds from the rest of the building seemed quieter than usual, as if the world beyond 304 had tilted slightly away. Then came the triple tap. It landed directly behind his back, right where the headboard met the wall. Tap, tap, tap. Each one distinct, not too loud, but unmistakably deliberate. He froze, breath catching halfway. The cartoon voices on the screen kept going, uncaring. For a moment, he wondered if some part of him had moved without permission, a heel knocking the frame, a hand twitching. But his body was locked, spine stiff, hands still. He reached for the remote and turned the volume down, then off. The TV went silent, leaving the room in a hush that seemed to ring like the air after a dropped plate fails to break. The overhead light's buzz thickened, filling the gap. He listened so hard that his ears began to ache with the effort. Nothing. The elevator did not move. Pipes did not groan. Somewhere far away, a car horn bled through the layers of concrete. Then, from the other side of the room, the taps came again. Tap, tap, tap. They had shifted, as if whatever made them had walked or dragged itself along the inside of the wall and chosen a new spot, closer to the window now. farther from his head, but still within the borders of his room. It was like hearing a voice change positions behind a curtain you couldn't pull back. "Hello?" Liam whispered, before he could stop himself. The word sounded thin and small in the space, swallowed almost as soon as it left his mouth. He waited, eyes fixed on the blank surface of the wall as though it could split open and show him the pipes and wires and dust inside. The apartment answered with its usual noises, the faint rush of the river outside, like someone rolling a long sheet of paper, the fluorescent light overhead, its buzzing rising a fraction, as if straining. No footsteps, no reply taps, nothing to mark that anything had happened at all. After a while, when his heartbeat had slowed from a drum to a tremor, he told himself it had been the building, just the building. Old places did this. Wood shifted, metal expanded, water moved. He stood up, the red dress whispering around his legs, crossed the room, and laid his palm against the cool plaster where the last taps had sounded. It felt solid, unmoving, no pulse on the other side. Still, as he drew his hand back, he could not shake the sensation, not of being watched exactly, but of having been noticed. As if Riverside Heights, after years of being listened to, had finally leaned in close enough to listen back. When I think about the first time I realized someone was really watching Liam Kwan, it is not the memory with the red dress that comes up first. It is a smaller moment, more ordinary on the surface, wrapped in the kind of details you only notice when you go back and replay it in your head years later, frame by frame. I must have been 8, maybe 9, old enough to carry a bag of groceries that actually had some weight to it, not just bread and paper towels. My parents were behind me on the stairs, still arguing in that half-whisper that adults use when they do not want the neighbors to hear, but do not actually care if their kids do. The words blurred together. Money, work, hours, familiar spikes in a familiar storm. The third-floor landing was ahead, haloed by the jittery light of a buzzing fluorescent tube. I remember the feel of the plastic handles cutting into my fingers, the way the bag stretched just enough that I worried it would rip before we got to our door. I stepped onto the carpet of the hallway and felt it swallow my footsteps, that strange sensation of walking on something that has absorbed too many lives. The air smelled like it always did. Detergent, old oil, someone's failed attempt at baking. The vending machine down in the lobby sent a faint, comforting hum up through the bones of the building, like a distant generator that never shut off. My parents' voices rose a notch behind me. My mother said my father's name in that warning tone that meant an argument was about to flip from sharp to dangerous. I did what I usually did when that tone entered the conversation. I sped up just enough to put some distance between their words and my ears. Our door, 302, was halfway down the hall. Beyond it, at the far end, was 304, the door other kids said not to play near. I was not thinking about that then. I was just thinking about getting my fingers some relief. Halfway between the two doors, it happened. A soft click of a latch from ahead, then a dull thud of rubber meeting metal. I looked up and saw the door to 304 crack open. It did not swing wide, just eased out an inch or two, as if the apartment behind it were exhaling. A moment later, Liam stepped into the gap with a tied trash bag in his hand. At that age, he looked older to me, because everyone above 12 does when you are 8. He wore an oversized black hoodie, one sleeve pushed halfway up his forearm, the hem hanging past his hips. The hood was down, his dark hair slightly damp, like he had either just showered or been sweating. His eyes looked tired, the way my father's did on certain mornings, ringed with a faint gray that no amount of sleep ever seemed to erase. What I did not understand then, but notice now when I replay it, was the faint shimmer along his lower eyelids and near the corner of his mouth, like the last traces of glitter or makeup that water alone had failed to scrub away. He didn't look at me directly at first. His gaze slid over my shoulder toward my parents, then dropped to the carpet. The trash bag bumped gently against his leg as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The fluorescent light above us flickered, brightened, and then held steady, its buzzing climbing half a step higher. Behind Liam, through the narrow crack of the door, I could see just enough of 304 to confirm that it existed in more than my imagination. For the first time, I saw a sliver of his world. A corner of a coffee table, the edge of a couch, a slanted rectangle of lamplight stretching across the floor. And farther back, against the wall, something darker. At first, I thought it was just a patch of shadow where the lamp did not reach. But as my eyes adjusted, the shape sharpened. It was taller than Liam, much taller, reaching from the floor almost all the way to the ceiling. Not solid, not exactly. A deeper darkness within the normal dim. The upper part of it bent slightly forward, as if its head, if it had one, had to tilt to avoid brushing the plaster. I could not see features. No eyes, no mouth. Just the outline of something standing very still in a room that was supposed to be empty behind him. The grocery bag handles bit into my fingers, reminding me that I was still there, still holding something heavy and real. Liam stepped past the threshold toward the trash chute without looking up. As he moved, the tall shadow behind him did not sway or stretch the way a normal shadow would when someone walked in front of it. It stayed where it was, exactly the same size, as if it were anchored to the ceiling instead of the floor. Our eyes never met, but we almost looked at each other. As he passed me in the hall, he flicked a glance sideways, not at my face, but at the window at the end of the corridor, where our reflections were faintly visible in the dull glass. For a heartbeat, our ghost versions overlapped there. Me, small and tense, clutching a bag. Him, taller, hoodie hanging, something pale and shiny smeared at the edge of his jaw. His gaze brushed past my reflected eyes, then dropped away again. He dumped the trash in the chute with a hollow metallic thump. The bag slid down into the building's throat with a sucking sound. Then he turned and walked back toward 304, shoulders slightly hunched, as if bracing against a wind that only he could feel. As he stepped through the doorway, I looked past him again, searching automatically for the tall, leaning shape. For a second, it was still there, behind his left shoulder, pressed against the corner where wall met ceiling. Then the door moved with him, narrowing the gap, and the dark form was sliced out of sight. The last thing I saw before the latch clicked home was the upper curve of it, bowed as if listening. "Come on!" My mother snapped from behind me, her breath close enough that I could feel it on the back of my neck. I jumped, nearly dropping the groceries. By the time I turned my head to look back down the hall, 304 was closed again, its number dull in the hallway light. The air in the corridor felt normal again, stale, a little warm, full of familiar smells. I told myself, then and for a long time afterward, that I had seen a coat. Some long winter coat hung from a hook too high for me to understand the geometry of it. Maybe a floor lamp with a jacket thrown over it. Maybe two shadows overlapping at the right moment. Anything but a figure that did not move when the rest of the room did. Anything but something that could tilt its head without changing shape. As I grew older and moved away, I carried that explanation with me like a worn-out receipt in my pocket. Just a coat, I would say to myself when the memory surfaced. Just a trick of light. It worked mostly. It let me sleep. It let me talk about Riverside Heights as a creepy old building without admitting that, once, I had the distinct impression that something inside 304 was tall enough to scrape its head on the ceiling. It was only years later, in another apartment in another city, that the coat excuse began to crumble. I was cleaning out a box my mother had saved from our time at Riverside. Old school papers, ticket stubs, crayons melted into one clump. At the bottom, beneath a stack of spelling tests and a folded report card, I found a drawing on cheap notebook paper. The pencil lines were smudged, the edges dog-eared. In the drawing, a hallway stretched away from the viewer, lined with doors. At the far end, one door stood slightly open. In the gap, a tall, faceless figure filled the space from floor to ceiling, its head bent just enough to fit. There was no boy, no groceries, no parents. Just the door, the number 304 scrawled crookedly above it, and that leaning shape. The handwriting at the bottom of the page was mine. The date in the corner matched the year we lived there. I did not remember drawing it. For a little while, before anyone knew his name or whether he had one, the man with the red bag was just another shape on the sidewalk outside Riverside Heights. He appeared in the late part of autumn, on afternoons when the air by the river had that thin, metallic chill that crept into sleeves and up the backs of necks. He chose a bench directly across from the building's front entrance, a metal thing bolted into concrete, its paint chipped and flaking to reveal the old rust beneath. He was middle-aged, or at least wore middle age the way tired men do, in the weight of his shoulders and the way he sat, not quite slouched, but never fully upright either. His hair was salt and pepper, not neatly trimmed, but not wild, as if its upkeep had once mattered and then quietly stopped. A long, dark coat wrapped around him, even on days that did not seem cold enough for it, its hem brushing his shins when he shifted. On his feet, practical shoes that did not draw the eye. His face was unremarkable if you only glanced. A little lined, a little pale, the sort of face you forget once it turns away. Except he did not really turn away. That was the first thing people remarked on, long before they talked about the bag. He spent more time looking up than down, at the windows stacked on the front of Riverside Heights, at the lines of curtains and blinds, at the rectangles of glass that sometimes flashed a television's colors or the blue of a phone. His gaze moved with a slow, patient care, pausing here and there as if counting something invisible. The red bag rested always by his side or in his lap. It was small, the size of something you might carry a gift in, made of thick paper with twisted handles. Its color was not the pale, disposable red of cheap shopping bags. It was deeper, closer to the dress hidden in Liam's closet than to any grocery logo. A red that seemed to hold its own light, even when the sky went gray. Sometimes he held it lightly by the handles, the bottom resting on the ground. Other times, he set it on his knees, fingers resting on the folded top, as if keeping whatever was inside from rising. No one ever saw him open it. No one ever saw him set it aside. Residents noticed him in the way people notice anything that interrupts a routine. At first, the theories were simple. Some thought he was waiting for someone running late, a wife, a brother, an old friend who had promised to meet him and never quite arrived. Others said he used to live in Riverside Heights himself and was staring at his old window, trying to decide whether to go back in. A few, less charitable, muttered about loiterers and addicts, about the building attracting that kind again. Children watched him with the sharp, suspicious attention they reserve for adults who do not immediately fit a category. They gave him nicknames: Mr. Red Bag, Old Ghost, the Elevator Man. They dared each other to walk close to the bench, close enough to touch the metal armrest without looking him in the face. The bolder ones said if you looked directly into his eyes, he would tell you the exact day you were going to die. No one could say where that idea came from. It just grew, the way stories do, out of boredom and a chill that no one admitted feeling. Liam saw him the first time on a Tuesday, which was how he knew later that the man had not always been there. If he had, Liam's mind would have filed him away with the usual scenery: the cracked sidewalk, the crooked sign, the always empty bike rack. But on that particular Tuesday, Liam stepped off the bus, shoulders hunched against the wind, and there was something new in the negative space of his daily route. The line of a coat, a head bowed in thought, a red square of color where nothing red had been before. The man sat with his ankles crossed, the red bag balanced neatly between his shoes. As Liam walked past, trying not to shiver in his thin jacket, the man's head lifted. Their eyes met for less than a second, long enough for Liam to register that they were dark and a little bloodshot, not kind, not cruel, simply awake in a way that made him feel suddenly too visible. The man's gaze dropped from Liam's face to his shoulders, down to his wrists, then to his legs, as if measuring him in invisible units. There was no overt judgment there, just a quiet, clinical interest, the way a tailor might look at a bolt of fabric and mentally calculate how many pieces it could make. The air seemed to thin between them. The usual sounds of the street, the river's hush, a passing car, a distant dog, faded for a beat. The red bag rustled as a breeze tugged at the paper, a dry whispering sound that scraped lightly at Liam's nerves. He felt a sudden, irrational urge to apologize for something, though he could not have named what. Instead, he ducked his head and quickened his steps, key already in hand by the time he reached the entrance door. He told himself not to be stupid. People sat on benches all the time. People carried bags of all colors. Still, as he pushed open the heavy front door, he could not resist glancing back through the glass. The man had not turned away. He was still looking at the building, at the rows of windows, at the third floor, at the rectangle that belonged to 304. That night, the presence on the bench followed Liam into sleep. The dream did not announce itself with any of the usual distortions. There were no melting hallways, no impossible colors. It began with him standing in the corridor he knew too well. Third floor, Riverside Heights. The carpet worn flat. The walls a tired off-white. The fluorescent light above him hummed steadily. No flicker, no threat of going out. All the doors were closed. He started walking, and the hallway kept going. Past 301, past 302, past 303, past 304. Numbers that should have ended at the fire stair. Instead, they repeated. 301 again, 302 again, stretching away like someone had copied and pasted the same 12 feet of corridor over and over. The further he walked, the quieter the building grew, until even his footsteps stopped making sound. At the far end, if there was such a thing as an end in that place, a figure waited. The man from the bench stood beneath a light that did not quite touch the top of his head, so that his hair and the upper part of his face remained in soft shadow. The red bag hung from his right hand, its sides shifting slightly, as if something inside were breathing or turning over in its sleep. The hallway between them might as well have been a mile. In the dream, Liam tried to speak. Nothing came out. His throat felt packed with cotton. The man did not move closer. He simply lifted his left hand, palm up, in a gesture that was almost polite, almost inviting. The red bag in his other hand crinkled as he slowly opened it, the paper resisting in small crackles, like old leaves being crushed. Inside, there was no tissue paper, no neatly folded gift. There was darkness, thick and deep, but not empty. Something in it moved, swirling just beneath the surface, too fast to see clearly. It was like watching ink spread through water, except the ink gave off a faint, impossible glow, and the water, if it was water, hummed. Not loudly, nothing that could be heard with ears. It was more like a vibration in the chest, a faint chorus of thin, distant voices, all holding one long, low note. The sound did not belong to any machine Liam knew. It was not the elevator's whine, or the pipes, or the vending machine. It was closer to the static he sometimes left on the TV, but organized somehow, as if the noise had decided on a pattern. Standing there in the endless hallway, faced with the open red bag, he had the sudden conviction that if he stepped closer, he would be able to pick words out of that hum. His name, perhaps, or the number of his apartment, or the date written on a calendar he had not yet turned over. He did not move, neither did the man. The distance between them held like a breath. The darkness inside the bag pulsed once, like a slow heartbeat, and the humming deepened for just a moment, vibrating up through the soles of Liam's feet. When he woke, his room was exactly as he had left it. The TV off, the curtains drawn, the ceiling close and plain. The only real sound was the refrigerator's familiar drone, and far away, the river touching its banks. But for a long time, lying there in the near dark, he could swear he still heard something else, something low and layered, as if a chorus of very quiet voices were hiding in the walls, holding a note that only he was close enough to feel. Mara Kwan had learned to fall asleep in small, stolen pieces of time. Night shifts at the laundromat taught her that. There was a rhythm to her evenings. Get home just after dawn. Cook, clean, nap. Get up, cook again, check on Liam, then drag herself back out into the neon hum of washing machines that never quite stopped. Her body lived on a clock that did not match the sun. Some evenings, that clock slipped. On this one, she meant only to sit down. Just for 5 minutes, she told herself, lowering onto the couch with a heaviness that reached all the way into her bones. The TV remote sat on the coffee table, and her thumb found the power button almost on its own. A game show flickered to life, sound low. Contestants laughing at something she did not catch. The light from the screen painted the living room walls in restless color. The cushions under her were warm from earlier, when Liam had been there, legs thrown over the armrest, eyes on some cartoon about armored warriors. He had retreated to his room when she began to pace, counting tips, counting bills, counting the hours until she had to leave again. She had called his name once to remind him about homework. His muffled answer drifted through the hallway. After that, the apartment settled into its usual late afternoon quiet, a silence built from refrigerator hum and the occasional car passing outside. Mara leaned her head back. The game show chatter blurred. Her mind wandered through the usual tunnel of worry. Rent, groceries, whether Liam was eating enough, whether he was talking to anyone at school, whether she was failing him by being gone so much. Her eyelids grew heavy. The numbers in her head, dollars, dates, slipped out of order. The contestants on the TV laughed again, their faces stretching oddly, and when she blinked, the living room was both there and not there. The couch held her weight, but something had shifted. She knew she was dreaming almost immediately. The light was wrong. It came from the hallway instead of the television. A flat, pale rectangle spilling across the floor. The kind that came from Liam's bedroom when his door was open. The air felt too still, heavy, as if the building had inhaled and never exhaled. Mara found herself standing instead of lying down, her feet bare on the cool floor, her hands empty. She was in the hallway outside Liam's room. The door stood open just enough that she could see a slice of the inside. "Liam?" she tried to say, but in that particular way of dreams, her voice came out small and distant, as if she were the one at the far end of a tunnel. No answer came, but she felt herself move forward anyway, drawn by something she did not control. The doorway framed his room like a photograph. The bed was where it should be, pushed against the wall, covers rumpled. A narrow strip of window showed only darkness outside. The river's presence implied, rather than seen. On the bed, Liam lay on his back, eyes closed, hands at his sides as if arranged. For a horrifying instant she thought he was not breathing, but then his chest rose, slow and even. Asleep then. Just asleep. Relief washed over her, thin and temporary. She was not alone in the room. To the right of the bed, so close that its sleeve nearly brushed the blanket, stood a tall figure in a long coat. It faced Liam, head inclined as if listening to dreams. The coat fell straight to the floor, dark and smooth, and Mara's first, panicked thought was that someone had broken in, that a stranger was standing over her son in the middle of the night. Her legs refused to move. She tried to shout, to step forward, to throw herself between them. But her body held her in place, like a photograph pinned to the wall. The figure's height was wrong. It reached nearly to the ceiling, its shoulders narrow but elongated, as if stretched out by the room itself. Where the head should have been was only a blur. No hair, no face, just a suggestion of shape that made her eyes want to slide away. She could not focus on it, as if the dream refused to give it edges. The figure raised one arm with slow, deliberate calm. In its hand, something gleamed. A metal tape measure, the kind her father had used when she was a child, measuring cloth in a small shop half a world away. The tiny box caught the low light, its chrome surface winking. The figure bent, the coat folding without a wrinkle, and caught the end of the tape between long, pale fingers. With steady care, it placed the metal tip at the crown of Liam's head. The tape slid out of its casing with a whisper, extending down the length of his body, over his closed eyes, his nose, his chest, his stomach, his legs. The numbers marched across it in tiny black print, too small for her to read, but she had the terrible knowledge that the figure could see them clearly. When the tape reached the soles of his feet, the figure held it for a heartbeat, then let go. The tape snapped back into the metal case with a sharp, metallic click. The sound exploded in the small room, echoing far louder than it had any right to, bouncing off the walls and ceiling, ricocheting down the hallway. It seemed to hang in the air. That click, like the striking of a hammer on a nail. Mara flinched. Her dream body finally allowed a tiny movement, but neither Liam nor the figure reacted. Again, the arm rose. The tape measure extended once more, this time moving horizontally, from one of Liam's wrists across his chest to the other. The figure measured him arm span to arm span, like fabric spread on a cutting table, like a body being sized for a suit or a shroud. The cold metal brushed his skin without waking him. Click. The tape zipped back into its case, louder than thunder in that unnatural quiet. The sound drilled into Mara's ears, into her teeth, into the soft part of her chest where breath should go. Each snap of the metal felt like it was cutting something she could not see. The figure repeated the process in different directions now. Shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, knee to knee. Each time, the tape slid out with that soft, silky whisper and returned with that cruel, precise click. Measure, retract. Measure, retract. The room kept filling with echoes that had nowhere to go, stacking on top of one another until it felt as though the air itself might shatter. Stop, Mara tried to say. Her tongue felt thick. Her voice came out like a thought she could not quite finish. The figure straightened at last. It stood motionless beside the bed for a long second, tape measure dangling from its hand. Then, slowly, it began to turn toward her. As it twisted, the blurred space where its head should have been shifted into view. The front of it came into the light from the doorway, and the smudge of not face clarified into something worse. There was no skin, no eyes, no mouth. Instead, sitting where a skull should be, was a red paper bag. It was the kind she had seen from the window, hanging from the hand of the man on the bench. The same deep, saturated red, the same twisted handles. But here, it was crumpled slightly at the top, as if someone had gripped it too tightly. The bag's sides moved in and out with a slow, almost imperceptible motion, like the breathing of a sleeping animal. No features had been drawn on it. It wore its blankness like a face. The opening of the bag faced her. Darkness pooled inside it, depthless. As the figure turned fully toward the doorway, toward her, the tape measure clicked once more into its case. A smaller, final sound that still echoed too loudly, and the bag seemed to tilt, regarding her with its nothingness. Her heart convulsed. The dream shattered. Mara woke with a gasp, her entire body jerking as if someone had pulled her up from underwater. The living room lights were off. The television, left to its own devices, had wandered off the edge of normal programming and sat humming with static. The screen, a gray, crawling snow that flickered weak light across the room. For a disoriented moment, the hiss of the static and the memory of the tape measure's click tangled together in her ears. Her neck ached. She realized she had been sleeping at an awkward angle on the couch, one arm twisted beneath her. The digital clock on the cable box glowed an impatient red. The time made her stomach drop. She had slept far longer than she meant to. It felt as if only minutes had passed since she closed her eyes, but the numbers said otherwise. Her shift was closer than it should be. As she pushed herself upright, the apartment came back into focus. The coffee table, the discarded remote, the half-drawn curtains. The air felt heavier than usual, thick with the residue of the dream. She tried to shake it off, telling herself it was just stress, just her fears about Liam taking shape in her sleep. Measuring tape, paper bag, doorways, that was all. Symbols, nothing more. Then, from down the short hallway, From the direction of Liam's room, she heard a sound. It was quiet, but not so quiet that she could pretend she had imagined it. A faint scraping, like the leg of a chair being dragged just an inch across the floor. A pause, another inch. The rhythm was slow, patient, as if whoever was moving did not mind how long it took to cross the room. Mara held her breath, heart climbing into her throat. The static on the TV seemed to swell, filling the spaces between each tiny scrape. For a moment, she sat frozen on the couch, balanced between the pull of the clock and the pull of that sound. "Liam," she called, voice too sharp in the dim apartment. The scraping stopped. The refrigerator hummed. The TV hissed. No answer came. After a long moment, she laughed once under her breath, a brittle, humorless sound, and reached for the remote to kill the static. She had to get ready for work. There was no time for dreams, no time for tape measures or red bags or strange noises in the dark. Still, as she tied her shoes by the door, she could not stop herself from glancing down the hallway one more time. The door to Liam's room was closed, a strip of shadow at its base. Nothing moved. But the hairs along her arms stood up, as if something inside those four walls had just finished taking her son's measure. I did not plan to go back to Riverside Heights the first time. It happened the way a bad song from childhood suddenly appears on the radio. An accident, or something close enough. I was in the city for work, with an hour to kill and the wrong bus stop in front of me. When I looked up and saw the river, slow and brown and exactly the same shade of tired, my stomach dropped before my mind caught up. The building was still there. Of course it was. Places like that do not vanish. They just sink a little deeper into themselves. From across the street, Riverside Heights looked smaller than I remembered, and somehow heavier, like it had been absorbing everything that happened inside it for the years I had been gone. The sign out front was different. New management with a new name, but the concrete bones were the same. My feet moved before I had really decided, carrying me to the corner, then across the crosswalk, then up the cracked path I had walked as a child holding grocery bags. The lobby had been renovated. Cheap tile, a fresh coat of paint, a few plastic plants, but there was no mistaking the layout. The vending machine lurked in the same corner, humming. The mailboxes were newer, their metal less corroded, though some already bore the first hints of rust, like an old habit returning. And behind a small counter that someone had optimistically called security, there was a man watching a bank of monitors. He was older than anyone I remembered from my time there, his hair thin and white at the temples, his belly pushing against a faded uniform shirt. A styrofoam cup of coffee sat beside his elbow, cooling. The glow of the screens painted the creases of his face in a sickly blue. He glanced up when the door opened, the automatic greeting on his lips dying halfway when he saw my expression. People who have lived in haunted places recognize the look in each other's eyes. "Help you?" he asked anyway. "I used to live here," I said. "Third floor, a long time ago." His gaze sharpened. 302? The word hit me with the weight of a familiar knock. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Yeah, 302. He nodded once, as if checking a box on an invisible list. "I'm Luis," he said. "Wasn't around back then. Started working here a little after everything. You want to sit?" We ended up in the little room off the lobby that passed for a break area, sitting opposite each other at a table that wobbled if you pressed too hard on one corner. He poured coffee from a stained metal pot. It tasted like it had been waiting for someone to drink it for days, but the warmth in my hands helped. Through the open door, I could see the edge of the monitor wall, cycling through empty hallways and stale parking lot angles. "I remember you," he said eventually, surprising me. "Or I remember your face from a picture. Your mama kept a photo on the fridge when she came back to clean the place. You were missing a tooth." He smiled briefly. The expression didn't quite reach his eyes. They kept flicking past my shoulder toward the screens. We made small talk at first. How long I'd been away, where I lived now, how the building had changed. I asked about the elevator. He said it still complained. I asked about the river. He said it still smelled the same after rain. We circled the subject like two people afraid to disturb something sleeping on the table between us. Finally, he set his cup down with a soft, decisive sound. "You're asking yourself if it's still weird," he said. "This place." I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. "Was it always weird then?" He shrugged one shoulder. "Buildings are like people. Some of them pick things up and don't know how to put them down." His gaze slid to the monitors again, then back to me. "You were here when that boy—" He stopped, adjusted. "When the thing with 304 happened." The hair at the back of my neck prickled. "Liam," I said. Saying his name out loud in this building felt like dropping a stone down a well. "I was a kid. I just remember." I almost said a red dress, a slightly open door, a tall shadow, but the words snagged on my tongue. "I remember the noise," I finished instead. "The sirens." Luis watched me for a long second. The lights in the room buzzed quietly. Somewhere out in the lobby, a door clicked. "You know they had cameras by then," he said. "Not great ones, but enough to tell who came in and out." "I figured," I said. "Did they ever catch anyone?" He snorted, a dry, humorless sound. "Officially, no crime, no one to catch." He looked down at his coffee, then back up. There was a new tension to his posture now, coiled but hesitant, like he had decided something and was reconsidering even as he acted on it. I wasn't on duty that night, but I know who was. Old guy, retired now. We talked. There was something. He leaned back and pointed his chin toward the monitors. Lobby camera, the one pointed at the elevator. 2:47 a.m., the night before your friend was found. Elevator comes down to the ground floor. Doors open. He paused. Nobody gets out. I frowned. Faulty motion detector? This was an old system, he said. No fancy triggers. Just constant recording. Lousy resolution. But clear enough that if someone walked out, you'd see them. Doors open, empty box. Doors stay open a heartbeat too long, like they're waiting for someone who forgot to move. Then they close. He took a sip of coffee, eyes narrowed at some memory behind my head. Then the picture jumps. Not a full cut, not a power loss, just a hiccup. One frame fuzzes, lines across like someone dragged a magnet over the tape. And in that frame, there's a shape inside the elevator. Tall, wrong proportions. He held up a hand before I could speak. I know what pareidolia is. Faces in clouds, saints in toast, all that. This wasn't that. This was like when an old TV catches a reflection it shouldn't. The body took up almost the whole height of the car. You couldn't see features, just a blur of darker gray. But down near, where a hand should be, he let the sentence trail off. Something red, I finished, my mouth suddenly dry. His eyes met mine. Yeah, a smear of red. Not the color the cameras like to show. Their reds were usually washed out, almost black. This was present, hanging from the blur like a little flag. The room felt smaller. The sound of the vending machine in the lobby pushed in, a low, insistent hum. I pictured the elevator doors sliding open to let nothing visible out, then glitching to reveal something that didn't belong in the building's geometry. What happened to it? I asked. The tape? He gave a short laugh with no joy in it. That's the funny part, if you like that kind of humor. Next day, when the police are stomping around asking for footage, my guy goes to pull the section. That piece, those 30 seconds, are gone. Like someone recorded over them with blank. Everything before, everything after, all there. 246, 248, no problem. 247, elevator opening on nothing. White snow. Your guy erased it by accident. He swore he didn't. Swore up and down, even when nobody was accusing. Said he'd checked it twice before going home at 6 a.m. Said it was there when he left, then gone when he came back with the cops. Louis shrugged again, but the movement was tight. Maybe the system glitched. Maybe tapes go bad at convenient times. Maybe the building decided it didn't like being seen. A beat of silence stretched between us. I heard my own pulse in my ears. You said weird like you meant it, I said, but you're still here. Job's a job, he said, and some things you get used to, some things you don't. He hesitated, then leaned forward and lowered his voice, though there was no one else in the room. Look, they took the original, whatever was left of it. But before that, before he handed it over, the old guard, my friend, he did something stupid. Or smart. Depends how you see it. Luis reached down to his bag, rummaged through papers and a battered notebook. When his hand came back up, it held a folded, yellowing piece of copier paper. He smoothed it carefully on the table between us. I shouldn't have this, he said. But if you lived here when he did, maybe you should see it once. The photocopy was grainy, black and white, the contrast harsh. It showed the elevator with its doors halfway open, caught mid-motion. The lobby floor was a patchwork of gray. The walls loomed in stripes. Inside the car, the back panel gleamed dully. It took me a second to understand what I was looking at, because what mattered wasn't in the main image. It was in the reflection. The elevator had a small mirrored insert near the top of the back wall, cheap and slightly warped. In that little rectangle, the camera had caught the distorted echo of whatever had been inside. A figure hung there, upside down in the mirror, as if the car itself had been turned the wrong way up. Not clear, not crisp, but undeniable. A human outline suspended in midair, feet pointing toward the ceiling of the actual elevator, head angled toward the floor. The body was thin, the limbs slack, the head tilted at an unnatural angle that my own neck protested just imagining. Around the torso, the black and white contrast bunched into folds that could only be fabric. Even stripped of color by the copier, my brain insisted on filling it in. A dress, moving slightly, as if stirred by a draft that did not exist. I know what they say happened, Luis murmured. I know the official words. But look at that, and tell me that's just bad tape. The longer I stared, the more wrong details emerged. The way the shoulders looked too narrow. The hint of something like a rope at the throat. The impression of bare legs, where there should have been jeans or pajamas. My eyes kept sliding back to the blank space where the face should be, a pale oval with no features the copier had bothered to keep. In the photocopied silence of that frozen moment, The elevator doors hung forever half open, undecided. The reflected figure hung forever between rising and falling, between being seen and being erased. I realized my hand had drifted toward the paper, fingers almost touching the white margin. I pulled them back as if the page were hot. "Why keep this?" I asked, my voice lower than before. Luis looked at me, and for the first time since I walked in, he seemed honestly unsure of his own answer. "Maybe to remind myself I didn't imagine it," he said. "Maybe because if things like that can vanish clean, then none of us are as real as we think." He folded the paper again with careful, reverent fingers and slid it back into his bag. The monitors in the next room flickered, cycling through empty hallways, closed doors, an elevator that for now carried no one. Outside, the river moved past the building in its slow, indifferent way. Inside, for the first time in years, I felt Riverside Heights looking back at me through a piece of machinery that should have known better than to see ghosts. By the time the day of the red dress reached its late afternoon, it had already gone a little wrong in the way ordinary days do, with small cuts instead of one clean wound. Liam came home from school with his shoulders tight, his backpack heavier with unfinished assignments than with books. The sky over the river was a flat steel color, clouds low enough that the tops of the highway signs looked like they were disappearing into them. Wind pressed against the side of Riverside Heights in long, moaning sweeps, making the windows tremble in their frames. Inside 304, the air had that faint, reheated smell of last night's dinner. The television in the living room murmured to itself about a daytime talk show someone had left on. Mara was in the kitchen with a dish towel over her shoulder, stirring something in a pot, more out of habit than hunger. When Liam dropped his backpack a little too hard by the couch, the sound made her flinch. "You're late," she said, without turning. "Bus," he answered, the word landing in the space between them like a coin that missed the jar. His math folder was half open, edges of worksheets crumpled. Mara noticed, wiped her hands, and picked it up. "They called about this," she said, tapping the corner. "Your teacher. Missing assignments. You said you turned everything in." Liam shrugged, jaw tightening. "I will. You were supposed to already." Her voice was tired rather than angry, but the line between them sharpened. "You have time for those shows, for the drawing, for whatever, but not for this." "It's not whatever," he muttered. "What?" "Nothing." The argument never became a storm. It was a series of little waves hitting the same rock. Mara told him he needed to turn off the TV until his work was caught up. Liam pointed out that she was never home to check. She told him she trusted him to be honest. He did not have an answer for that, so he went silent, which felt to both of them like defiance, even if it was really just fatigue. By 6, the pot on the stove was turned off, the food portioned out. Mara's laundromat uniform hung from the bedroom door, the shirt already softened by too many washes. She changed quickly, her movements efficient and automatic. At the doorway, she paused, keys in hand, and looked at Liam where he sat at the kitchen table, pencil hovering above a blank worksheet. "I'll be back around 2, she said. "Call me if—" She stopped, because what could he call her for that she could fix over the phone? "Just lock the door. Eat. Try with the math, okay?" He did not look up, but he nodded. "Okay. I love you. Love you too." The words came out flat but true, the way truth sometimes sounds tired. The door closed behind her with its usual hollow thump. A moment later, The lock turned with a small mechanical snick that sealed the apartment into a different kind of quiet. Liam listened to her footsteps fade down the hallway, past 302, past 301, then vanish into the stairwell's echo. His phone buzzed on the table. A message from his father. Running late. Double shift. Home tomorrow. No apology. A photo of a pallet of boxes in some warehouse, as if that proved anything. Liam stared at the screen until it dimmed and went dark again. Wind pushed against the building, harder now, making the glass shiver. Somewhere in the hallway outside, the motion sensor light flicked on, then off, then on again, as if something just out of view could not decide whether to move or stop. The river, usually a background murmur, sounded louder, the water churning against the pilings in a low, continuous growl that reached faintly through the walls. The apartment took on its evening shape. The refrigerator hummed. The tick of the wall clock over the couch marked out the seconds with dutiful, rigid regularity. Liam microwaved the food Mara had left, ate standing at the counter with his fork clicking too loudly against the plate. The sitcom rerun on TV tried to convince the room it was full of people, but the canned laughter bounced strangely off the empty chairs and died in the corners. At some point, the worksheet on the table became a small, accusing island of white. He gathered his plate, rinsed it, set it in the sink. The math problems blurred together when he tried to focus on them. X's and Y's, little abstraction marks that meant nothing when his whole life already felt like the solution to an equation no one had shown him. After 10 minutes of pretending, he pushed the pencil away. He was alone. Completely, absolutely alone, the way he usually was. But tonight, the fact of it felt heavier. No one would knock on the door. No one would call him from the other room. No one would open the door and see him, really see him, for hours and hours. The building made its familiar, indifferent noises. The wind rattled at a loose piece of window frame. Somewhere above, the faint drag of something heavy across a floor carried through the ceiling. He thought of the box in the closet. The idea arrived not as a sudden impulse, but as a slow, insistent tide, rising with each tick of the clock. He could do his homework later. He could be the version of himself his teachers and parents saw tomorrow. Tonight, with the river loud and the hallway light flickering and the building muttering to itself, he wanted to be someone else, someone that none of them would recognize if they walked in, someone whose outline could not be mistaken for the boy who forgot his assignments and said, "I'm fine," when asked anything real. He moved almost quietly enough to surprise himself. The television went off with a soft click. The apartment exhaled. In his bedroom, he closed the door with care, letting the latch catch without the usual shove. The closet loomed larger in the dimness, a rectangle of chipped white paint. Inside, on the shelf where he had hidden them, the black swimsuit and the red dress waited in their folded anonymity. He reached up, his fingers finding the smooth elastic and the thicker, heavier fabric beneath. For a moment, he just held them, their weight pulling his arms down slightly, as if asking him one last time whether he was sure. He showered first, letting the hot water beat against his shoulders until his skin glowed pink. Steam fogged the mirror above the sink, turning his reflection into a smudge with eyes. He wiped a clear circle in it with the heel of his hand and watched his own face reappear. Damp hair stuck to his forehead, mouth pressed into a thin line. Back in the bedroom, he stripped down and pulled on the black one-piece, It clung to him more snugly than it had the first time. The fabric warmed quickly by his skin. He folded the pieces of black cloth he had prepared before, patting the chest in uneven little hills. It was not perfect. It did not have to be. The red dress went over his head like a quiet curtain. The fabric whispered against his shoulders, slid down his sides, settled around his hips. He smoothed it with both hands, palms moving over the front as if erasing wrinkles from paper. The color changed in the low lamplight, deepening, shadows pooling in the folds. The straps sat more evenly this time. He had learned their habits. He tugged one into place, feeling the strap bite lightly into his shoulder. He stood in front of the full-length mirror, the one propped against the wall where he could see his entire body at once. For a few seconds, he could not quite look at himself straight on. His gaze skittered up and down, catching on details. The way the hem curved, the taper of his calves, the line of his collarbone above the neckline. The boy he had been all day, the one in the hoodie and jeans, head lowered in classrooms and hallways, was still there, but overlaid now with a different set of rules. Slowly, he let himself settle into the image. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, watching how the dress moved. He turned a little to the side, not dramatically, just enough to see the curve of his back. His face stayed serious, almost blank, but something in his eyes changed. A flicker of curiosity, of recognition. He tried on small variations of expression, like trying on different shirts. A softer mouth, a lifted chin, a gaze that met the mirror instead of avoiding it. The room's sounds grew more defined around him, as if the act of paying close attention to his reflection had sharpened his hearing. The wall clock in the living room ticked steadily, each second a small mechanical heartbeat. The refrigerator hummed through the wall, its compressor cycling on with a low, steady growl. Somewhere near the window, wind found a loose gap in the frame and whistled faintly, a thin, reedy note that rose and fell with each stronger gust. He raised one hand and traced the air in front of his reflection, outlining his own shoulder, the angle of his jaw, as if memorizing the shape. If anyone had walked in, they might have thought he was rehearsing for a role, practicing being someone who could step out of this room and into another life without flinching. For now, it was just him and the mirror and the red that refused to disappear into the beige of the walls. He did not know that the night outside was already tightening around the building, that the hallway light was flickering more than usual, that something in Riverside Heights was listening more closely than it ever had before. He only knew that for the length of a few heartbeats, the person in the glass felt closer to truth than the version of himself the world had agreed to see. The box in the closet did not only hold the dress and the swimsuit. Beneath the folded fabrics, pushed into one corner as if someone had meant to throw it out and then changed their mind, was a coil of white rope. It was not new. Its surface had gone from bright to dull over time, fibers slightly roughened, little fuzzings where it had rubbed against something hard. The coil kept its shape, though, as if it remembered being wrapped a certain way and preferred not to forget. Beside it lay a small iron plate, the kind that used to belong to a dumbbell before someone lost its partner. It was heavy, dense, its circular edge shiny where hands had gripped it. Liam, still in the red dress, discovered them when he reached again into the box, fingers seeking something solid to hold on to while his thoughts swam. His hand brushed the rope first. The texture snagged lightly on his skin, a dry, unforgiving feel. He lifted it out, loops unfolding with a faint, whispering sound, like a sigh drawn out too long. The weight thunked softly against the closet floor when he nudged it, a little exclamation mark of metal on wood. He hadn't planned to do anything with them. At least that is what he would have said if someone had asked in that first moment. Rope and weight. Items that belonged to a different life, a different hobby. But tonight, nothing felt quite like it belonged to the category it was supposed to. The dress that should have been for parties was in a small bedroom. The boy who should have been doing math was in a red dress. The rope that should have tied boxes or held something steady dangled now from his hands, its potential open-ended. Out of curiosity, he wrapped the rope once around his waist, over the dress. The contrast of textures was strange. The soft glide of fabric underneath, the firm constriction of twisted fibers above. He tied a loose knot at his side, watching in the mirror as the line cut his silhouette into sections. The dress cinched in, falling differently, as if acknowledging the new boundary. He studied the effect, tilting his head. His reflection looked less like a boy trying on a dress and more like something intentional, staged. He tried another loop, lower this time, around his thighs. The rope pressed through the fabric into muscle, creating a faint indentation that altered the way he stood. His movements became smaller, more deliberate, as if he were on stage, and every step had to be measured. He lifted one leg and then the other, testing the play in the line. It was not tight enough to truly restrain him, but it suggested the idea of restraint, and that idea did something odd to his breathing. He unwrapped and rewrapped, experimenting with the patterns his hands could make. Around his torso, in a broad band, crisscrossed over his chest, looping behind his back and down again. His fingers moved with a surprising surety, finding symmetry without conscious thought. The rope seemed to almost settle into place, falling in neat angles, each turn lying flat against the last. For someone who had never learned knots beyond the ones needed to tie shoes, the efficiency of his hands felt unfamiliar. The room's sounds had shifted while he worked. The tick of the clock grew more distant, as if someone had put cotton between him and it. The hum of the refrigerator dulled to a low murmur. Even the wind at the window seemed to stand back, its thin whistle softening. In that relative hush, another old rhythm crept into focus. Tap, tap, tap. The three-part knot came from somewhere inside the walls, not loudly, but with a clarity that made it slice cleanly through the layered noise. It landed this time not behind the headboard, not near the window, but low on the wall opposite the closet, at about the height of his waist. It felt almost like a prompt, a cue handed from the building to the boy. He froze, rope pooled in his hands, heart thudding. The memory of the other nights when the taps had come flickered through him like a dim film. Lying in bed, wondering if he should answer. The half-formed suspicion that he was not entirely alone. Tonight, though, the sensation that accompanied the sound was less of being watched and more of being assisted. His fingers tightened on the rope. "You're being stupid," he told himself under his breath. But his body didn't quite believe it. The rope in his hands seemed to carry warmth from his skin, growing more pliable. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling. The bedroom had a faux beam spanning the top. Maybe a decorative choice from a previous era. Maybe a half-hearted attempt to disguise some necessary pipe. It ran across the width of the room, just above the bed. A wooden rectangle bolted into plaster. He had never paid much attention to it beyond cursing when he bumped his knuckles while changing light bulbs. Tonight, it looked different, solid, available. The idea arrived half-formed. What if he were suspended, just a little? Not hanging in real danger, not like the terrible stories you hear in late-night cautionary tales, but lifted enough that the line of the dress would change, that his weight would sit in different places. A strange impulse, part performance, part experiment. He pictured himself standing on a chair, rope taut, body pulled into a new shape entirely. He dragged the old wooden chair from the corner, its legs screeching lightly against the floor. One of the few sounds that seemed to grow sharper instead of softer. The chair was scarred and wobbly, but serviceable. He placed it under the beam, adjusting its position with small shoves until it felt centered. The scraping of the legs on the cheap laminate created a drawn-out, teeth-tingling sound that made him wince and then laugh once, nervously. He tossed one end of the rope over the beam. It went more smoothly than it should have, the coil unspooling in a clean arc, the loose end thudding softly against the opposite wall before swinging back into reach. He caught it, a little surprised at his own coordination. His fingers moved almost on their own now, looping one end around the beam, pulling it tight, tying a knot that looked inexplicably practiced. Somewhere in the room, very softly, the 3 taps came again. Tap, tap, tap. Encouragement, approval, or coincidence? He tried to keep his mind pinned to that last option, but the line wavered. The other end of the rope he threaded around his torso and down to his waist, knotting it snugly above the hips, then running it lower to where his thighs could bear some of the pull. He tied the iron plate to a length that dangled behind him, feeling its weight bump against the backs of his legs when he moved. It added a steady, dragging presence, like a hand gently tugging him toward the floor. He stepped back to the mirror once more. The rope lines across the red dress cut his image into sections, a grid of improvised geometry. The dress bunched slightly where the rope compressed it, creating shadows that looked almost like deliberate pleats. The weight behind him made his posture adjust automatically, shoulders pulling back to counterbalance. He looked constructed, assembled with intention. The apartment's familiar noises had withdrawn to the edges of perception. The river, once a constant murmur, seemed farther away, as if someone had slowly turned down the volume on the world beyond his walls. The clock ticked in a muffled rhythm. His own breathing, by contrast, had grown loud. He could hear the air rasping in and out through his nose, the small click in his throat each time he swallowed. He put one bare foot on the chair. The wood creaked, a protest more tired than truly worried. He tested his weight, felt the rope respond with a slight tightening across his chest and back. His hands shook a little as he gripped the top of the chair for balance, but there was a strange excitement under the nerves, the adrenaline of stepping just past a boundary he had drawn for himself. Carefully, he brought his other foot up, standing fully on the chair now, body lengthening toward the beam. The ceiling that had always felt close loomed even nearer. The rope above him held his weight in a tentative embrace, ready to catch, ready to restrain, depending on how he moved. He adjusted the knot at his waist, pulling it tighter. The iron plate lifted an inch off the floor, swaying gently behind him, adding a subtle, insistent downward pull. He inhaled, the rope pressing into his ribs, reminding him of its presence with each expansion of his lungs. Just for a second, he thought. Not in words exactly, but in a feeling that slid through his chest. just long enough to see. The chair's legs scraped slightly as he shifted, seeking a more stable stance. One back leg found a shallow groove in the floor where years of dragging had worn a depression. The other did not. The unevenness was small, almost nothing, the kind of flaw you never notice until it matters. Liam straightened his knees, allowing a fraction more of his weight to transfer from the chair to the rope. The line tightened cleanly, fibers stretching but not fraying. It bit into the beam above, into the knots at. Mara came home in the blue hour, the one that does not quite belong to night or morning. Her legs ached with the same dull, deep throb that had followed her up the laundromat's concrete stairs for years. Her hands smelled of detergent and coins. When she stepped out of the taxi, the wind coming off the river cut through her jacket, finding the damp places in her clothes and turning them cold. Riverside Heights loomed above her, windows dark in uneven patterns. A few lit rectangles glowed like tired eyes. Inside, the lobby felt emptier than usual. The vending machine hummed, but no lights blinked on its panel. The elevator doors were closed, their metal faces reflecting a warped sliver of her as she pressed the button. The car arrived with a groan and a slight shudder. As it took her up, the cables whined their usual protest, but tonight the sound seemed to come from farther away, as if she were moving through a place slightly out of step with where her body stood. The third-floor hallway greeted her with its familiar faded carpet and tired walls, but something was wrong in the first glance. The motion sensor light above the bend, the one that always flicked on when anyone turned the corner, remained dark. She walked forward, expecting it to snap awake at her presence, to buzz and flood the corridor with its harsh yellow. It stayed dead. The only light came from a far bulb that barely reached her door, stretching thin over 302 and dying out near 304. Her keys felt clumsy in her hand. As she passed 302, she glanced automatically at 304, the way you learn to check the position of a scar without touching it. The door there was not closed all the way. It sat a fraction open, the latch not fully caught, the black line of the gap visible even in the weak light. A breath of cooler air slipped through that crack, brushing her knuckles as she walked past. Her first thought was not supernatural. It was practical and sharp. Liam. He had forgotten to lock up. The lecture formed in her mind, ready to be delivered with tired love and real fear. She turned back, intending to knock gently, to make him jump a little, to laugh, and then tell him again that they were not in a neighborhood where you left doors like that. It did not feel like she was knocking on her own door, even though the numbers were the ones she paid rent on. The wood was cool under her fingers. At her touch, it swung inward without resistance, opening onto a dim, still room. The first thing she noticed inside was the candle. They did not use candles often. There were too many stories of fires starting in apartments like this. But there it was, on the small table near the couch, stuck in an old mug. The wick had burned almost all the way down. Wax had overflowed and hardened in pale, uneven streams down the sides. Arrested mid-drip like frozen tears, the flame itself was reduced to a small, stuttering tongue of light that did more to carve shadows than to push them back. The TV was off. The remote lay in the middle of the floor, pointed at nothing, as if someone had been sitting on the couch and dropped it halfway through a movement. One of Liam's socks lay crumpled near the coffee table. A worksheet sat on the kitchen counter, half completed, pencil resting diagonally across it. There was no sound. The refrigerator's hum had sunk so low she could not hear it. The building's usual mutters and groans seemed to have retreated. The air felt wrong. Not cold, not exactly, but thick, like the atmosphere inside an airplane when everyone has been breathing the same air for too long. It pressed slightly against her skin, against her lungs, as if she had walked into a room already full of something invisible that did not want to make space. She called Liam's name once, expecting his customary, absent-minded "yeah" from his bedroom. The silence that answered was not the normal quiet of a sleeping teenager. It was too complete. "Liam?" she called again, louder, moving farther into the apartment. Her own voice sounded dull, as if absorbed by the walls before it could finish echoing. The candle flame fluttered, but did not go out. She took a step toward the hallway that led to his room. The floorboard under her right foot gave a tiny, uncertain creak. Before she reached the doorway, she heard it. A single, small sound from the direction of the table behind her. A drop of wax falling. It was an unmistakable noise, that soft, delicate plink of hot wax letting go and landing. Mara turned her head on instinct. The candle sat where it had been, but the streams of wax down its sides were already solid, opaque. No fresh drip slid down. The flame burned low and steady. The sound had happened anyway. Her skin crawled. Her fingers tightened on the strap of her bag until the leather dug into her palm, slowly, as if moving underwater. She turned back toward the hallway and kept walking. The doorway to Liam's room was half open, a mirror of how 304's door had been in the hallway. A bar of darker darkness separated his room from the rest of the apartment. She pushed the door with her fingertips. It swung inward with a whisper that sounded absurdly like a hush. For a second, she did not understand what she was seeing. Her brain tried to reorder the image into something that made sense. The bed, the chair, the shadow on the wall. Then the elements refused to rearrange and remained what they were. Liam hung from the beam above the bed, the rope cutting into his throat and shoulders, into the red dress twisted slightly around his torso. His bare legs dangled, toes a few inches above the floor, not searching for purchase, just hanging like the hands of a clock that had stopped. His arms were slack, fingers curled inward. His eyes were not fully closed, not fully open, caught in that horrible in-between that made it look as though he might be about to speak. Mara's mouth opened on a word that never formed. The first sound that came out of her was not recognizable as his name. It was a raw noise, scraped up from somewhere lower than language, a sound that lived in mothers and sometimes never had to be used. When it finally did, it tore on the way out. Her scream hit the walls of the small room and bounced back, distorting in the narrow space. The shape of it changed as it traveled down the hallway, becoming thinner, higher, as if the building chewed on it before letting it pass. In the main room, it seemed to come from inside the walls. In the corridor outside 304, it came out through the door as a ragged, echoing wail that made the motion sensors finally flick the hallway light on in a startled burst. Above her, somewhere in the ceiling, a faint, slow creak answered. It sounded like a long beam adjusting, like an old spine shifting under a new weight. The noise trailed off into a soft, shuddering sigh that could have been the building settling or something inside it loosening its grip. Neighbors' doors opened, feet pounded, voices rose, collided, tangled, Someone called for an ambulance. Someone else shouted instructions that made no difference. Time thinned and thickened in uneven intervals as people ran in and out of the apartment. Hands tried to support Liam's weight, tried to untie knots that would not give, tried to smooth his hair back from his forehead as if that could call him back into his body. When the paramedics arrived, their radios crackling, their red and blue lights stuttering against the stained walls, Mara stood in the hallway with her back against 303's door, hands covered in rope fibers and faint bruises where she had grabbed too hard. Her ears rang with her own scream, replaying itself again and again. The stretcher came in empty and left bearing a shape that did not look like her son unless she forced herself to see it. The stairwell filled with the sounds of emergency, boots on concrete, metal clanking, clipped words. On the floor below, where the noise of the third floor spilled like water through the opening in the ceiling, a child had crept out of their apartment in pajamas to peer up between the railings. Later, much later, when the sirens had faded and the building had fallen back into its uneasy quiet, that child would talk about what they saw. They would tell their parents in a shaky voice, who would tell someone else, until eventually the story reached the narrator, grown and listening with a familiar tightening in the chest. "I saw him," the child insisted, "the boy in the dress, but there was someone else up there with him. Someone very tall, standing on the ceiling." Years later, sitting in a quiet apartment that smelled of coffee and printer ink instead of damp carpet and river air, I opened the folder that held the official story of Liam Kwan's death. It was thinner than it had any right to be. A few photocopied pages, some grainy photographs, a typed report whose font tried very hard to pretend the world made sense if you put it in neat paragraphs. The man who had written it would never have called it a story. He would have called it documentation. On the first page, Liam became a case number. His name moved down, tucked into a line between subject and age. The words male, 14, appeared as if they could ever be wide enough to contain the actual boy who had stood in front of a mirror, dress twisted at the waist, trying to understand the outline of himself. There was a date, a time, the phrase third floor apartment, a brief description of the scene, rope, beam, clothing, a note about the presence of a single candle, burned down. I could almost hear the room where this had been assembled. Not the apartment where we both once lived, but the office with its fluorescent lights and soft, thick air. A clock on the wall ticking in that bored, bureaucratic way. A printer whining, then whirring, sliding paper out in crisp, white sheets that did not yet know what kind of weight they were going to carry. A desk fan turning its head back and forth, pushing the same stale air from one corner to another. The report was careful in some ways. It noted, quite correctly, that there were no signs of forced entry. The door to 304 had no damage. The locks were intact. The windows were closed from the inside. No fingerprints other than those of the family and the first responders were found in any meaningful concentration. Nothing was overturned that had not been overturned in the frantic attempt to get him down. No one had seen anyone suspicious enter or leave at the time in question. The neighbors' testimonies were summarized in a few drowsy sentences. Heard commotion. Woman screaming. Paramedics arrived. The girl on the second floor, who talked about a tall figure standing on the ceiling, did not appear anywhere in the official narrative. I do not know if she was never asked or if someone decided her words fell outside the acceptable margins of truth. The medical examination was clinical too. There were notes about ligature marks, their depth and position. Mention of the weight attached to the rope. A brief line about faint bruises on his hands that could have been from earlier knocks or the struggle of muscles running out of air. The examiner remarked on the complex rope pattern around torso and limbs, observed that the knots were not consistent with typical suicide attempts, but could be the result of self-applied restraints for non-lethal purposes. That was where the language shifted. It leaned quietly, almost delicately, into a set of phrases that had nothing to do with the reality of a boy in a small bedroom, and everything to do with caution, liability, and a looping cultural unease. Risky personal experimentation, one line read. Another, evidence of cross-dressing behavior and possible autoerotic activity. The words were chosen with that peculiar combination of politeness and judgment that institutions specialize in, the verbal equivalent of gloved hands. There was a paragraph devoted to clothing. Subject was found wearing a red dress of adult female sizing over a black one-piece bathing garment. No acknowledgement that these were just clothes, fabric that had once belonged to someone else, and then hid in a closet until a boy brave enough, or desperate enough, or lonely enough put them on. The phrasing presented them as props in a deviant theater. A phrase stuck to the page like something greasy. Unstable interests. It did not define what those interests were. It did not have to. The implication bled through. Boys in dresses. Boys alone. Boys tying knots around their own bodies. These were, in the report's tone, stepping stones toward their own destruction. There was an almost audible, unspoken shrug in the sequence that followed. No clear evidence of homicide. No obvious signs of third-party involvement. Likely accidental death, secondary to dangerous self-bondage and experimental sexual behavior. Somewhere, a keyboard had clacked as those words were typed. Someone had paused half a second before adding "sexual," then decided to leave it in. A supervisor had read it later with a frown and a nod, initialed the bottom of the page, and put it in a file. A printer had coughed the report out into a plastic tray. The paper had cooled as it waited to be slipped into a manila folder, with a case number written in black marker on the tab. In that same span of days, Mara sat at a different table in a different room, clasping paper cups of bad coffee, her hands shaking. She was shown some version of this language, filtered through a detective's attempt at compassion. He might have stumbled over the words. He might have softened them. Your son was engaging in dangerous behaviors. He may have been experimenting. These cases are sometimes complicated. He probably avoided saying dress if he could help it. She did not reject the idea that Liam could have been curious about himself. She had seen the eyeliner once, smudged and hurriedly wiped away. She had found the swimsuit and the dress after, folded carefully on his bed, as if placed there by someone else's hands. What she could not accept, what she would never accept, no matter how many times the words appeared in official fonts, was the suggestion that he had done this to himself for pleasure. My son was afraid of heights, she told anyone who would listen. He would not stand on a chair near the edge of a balcony. He would not lean over a railing. He refused to climb the ladder to the roof on field day. He did not play games with knots. He hated tight collars. He said they made him feel like he could not breathe. Her words floated at the edges of the file, never quite absorbed. They appeared as family report subject had no known history of such behaviors. A line nodded at, and then buried under paragraphs of technical language. Mother's testimonies, I learned, are softer than rope and easier to cut. As I read, I felt a strange double vision. On one side, the sterile office with its ticking clock, its humming printer, its air conditioner sighing in the corner. The kind of room where deaths are sorted into categories like files, where uncertainty is uncomfortable and quickly smoothed over with best fit conclusions. On the other side, the small bedroom in 304, with its faint smell of candle wax and detergent, the mark of the beam in the ceiling, the red fabric twisted slightly, the rope biting into skin that had only barely begun to outgrow childhood. The horror in the report was flattened, turned into measurements and probabilities. Body discovered at approximately 02.15 hours by mother. Emergency services responded within X minutes. Resuscitation unsuccessful. Each sentence ended with a period that felt like a nail, driven in carefully but without ceremony. Reading it, I understood why people prefer official stories, even when they do violence to reality. They are clean. They offer a chain of cause and effect, however thin. They let us pretend that if we simply do not touch certain things, clothes, ropes, secrets, we can avoid certain endings. They spare us from having to admit that sometimes something else moves inside the spaces we build. That sometimes a boy in a red dress can stand on a chair with a rope in his hands and not be entirely alone. None of that appears on the paper. The report does not mention the 3-tap rhythm in the walls or the way knots had fallen into patterns too neat for an amateur. It does not mention the child on the floor below who talked about a tall figure standing on the ceiling. It does not mention Mara's dream of a measuring tape or the security guard's vanished frame of footage. The official story ends, as many do, with a closing line designed to keep the world from leaking. Case closed. No further action required. The phrase felt, as I read it, like someone turning off a light and walking out of a room without checking if anyone was still inside. On my desk, the printed pages lay flat and quiet. Outside my window, a different city moved in its own indifferent rhythm. In my head, though, I could still hear the faint, distant sounds that had never made it into the file. The scrape of a chair leg, the creak of a beam, the soft knock of something unseen, patient, tapping 3 times on a wall no one had ever thought to listen to from the other side. The official story lived in folders and computers. The other story lived in kitchens and stairwells and the corners of small shops that smelled of incense and starch and oil. It did not appear in reports or on news broadcasts. It sat in the pauses between sentences when older residents lowered their voices, glancing toward the ceiling as if checking whether the building itself had leaned in to listen. Among the older immigrant families, especially those who had come from valleys and mountains where rivers spoke different languages, Liam's death did not exist in a vacuum. They folded it into patterns they already knew, the ones their parents had whispered to them when they were children, sitting under heavy quilts while wind clawed at wooden shutters. In those stories, a rope was never just a rope, and a red garment was never just fabric. They did not use the vocabulary of the official report. They did not say autoerotic or unstable interests. Instead, they used words whose edges had been worn smooth by generations: binding, threshold, gate, debt. They talked about an old ritual from the mountains, something half-remembered, half-invented, meant to trap a soul at the doorway between this world and whatever waits on the other side. The version that formed over time went something like this. If a person wanted to keep a spirit close, out of love, out of grief, or out of hunger for what that spirit could give, they did not bury it and let it go. They dressed the body in red because red was the color that caught ghosts' attention and kept them from wandering too far. They tied the body in a specific pattern of knots, each one a gate the soul must hesitate at before passing through. They added weight to the feet so the soul would struggle to rise, circling the place where it died instead of slipping away into the dark. As the years passed after Liam's death, these elements were mapped with quiet certainty onto the fragments of the scene that had leaked past the police tape. Red dress, red shroud of binding, rope cutting across chest and limbs in tailored geometry, 12 gates, 12 steps the spirit must negotiate. Iron plate tied to the rope behind him, anchor, shoes placed under the bed, one pointing outward, one inward, forming a crooked V, paths, one toward the living, one toward the dead. Most of the people who spoke this way never wrote anything down. But if you were patient, if you came back and sat with them long enough, you could collect their words the way the building collected sounds. That is how the narrator, years later, found themselves at a small plastic table in the back of a neighborhood alteration shop, listening to a retired tailor talk about knots. He was thin, with fingers still nimble, despite the veins that rose along their backs. The shop smelled of hot steam and chalk and old fabric. Spools of thread lined the wall in rows of faded color. A sewing machine sat silent between them, its needle resting, its belt loosened. When he spoke, his accent made the words move a little differently, but they arrived with the same weight. "I did not see the boy," he said. "I am not saying that. I saw the pictures later when people brought them on their phones, enough to see the ropes." He drew his own line on the table with a fingertip, tracing invisible shapes. They say he tied himself. Maybe. Children can do strange things when no one is looking. But the pattern, that is not how a child experiments. That is how someone works when they already know the result they want. "You mean the knots?" the narrator asked. The tailor nodded. "Here, across the chest, it crossed twice. Not random, even spacing. Here, around the middle, the lines did not twist over each other. They lay flat, like a harness. On the legs, the intervals." He closed his eyes briefly, conjuring the image. "Equal. That is measuring, not playing. You understand? Someone measured that boy before. Maybe not with a measuring tape in the open, but in their head, in their hands." He tapped the table lightly at 12 points, a circle only he could see. 12 knots, he said. "That is not an accident either. We have a story, you know, where a soul, after death, passes through 12 gates. At each gate, something is weighed, something is asked. If you want a spirit to hesitate, to turn back before going too far, you place those gates on the body itself. Rope is just another kind of path." The narrator thought of Mara's dream. The faceless figure in the long coat, the tape measure drawn from crown to heel, wrist to wrist, the click echoing too loudly in the small room. They thought of the man with the red bag on the bench, his eyes measuring Liam as he walked past, as if calculating yardage. "And the red?" they asked softly. The tailor's expression shifted, a flicker of unease crossing it like a shadow of a passing bird. "Red is noisy to spirits," he said. "Back home, we put red on brides and on the dead. For happiness, for protection, for binding. Depends how you use it. red shroud keeps bad things away. A red rope keeps something in. He reached under the table and pulled out a battered cardboard box. Inside, neatly folded, were scraps of fabric from a lifetime of work. Silk, cotton, wool, polyester, each piece labeled with a date and a name in tiny handwriting. He lifted a square of red from the top, a swatch from an old cheongsam, satin gone slightly dull at the edges. He spread it on the table between them. Even in the weak shop light, the color seemed to deepen. When I saw the boy's dress on that little screen, he said, I did not think perversion or deviant like the papers. I thought, someone chose that color on purpose. Red pulls the eye. It pulls other things too. They moved then to the shoes. Under the bed, he said, they say his shoes were like this. He placed his own shoes on the floor under the edge of the table. One turned toe out, one toe in, forming that crooked V. This is old, very old. One path for the living, one for the dead. If you lay them like this at a threshold, it means you go this way, I go that way. We do not meet again. He straightened, looking at the narrator with a calm that made the words heavier. If I did not know better, I would say someone made a very tidy contract that night. You die here, I live longer. You stay close, I walk away. It was an ugly thought, but it fit too neatly into the gaps the official story left. The retired tailor did not say the word ritual. He did not have to. It hung in the steam-scented air between them. Outside the shop window, traffic crawled past. Somewhere far away, a siren wailed and then receded. The narrator thought of all the little details that had never made it into the report. The candle burned almost to nothing. The dream, the red bag, the vanished frame of security footage, the child's description of someone standing on the ceiling. They all circled the same invisible center, never quite settling, like moths that could see a light no one else could. And the man? The narrator asked. The one with the red bag who sat on the bench. The tailor's gaze slid past them, out to some point beyond the walls. I saw him once, he said, from the bus stop. Long coat, sitting in the cold like it did not touch him. Bag in his hand, same color as this. He nodded at the cloth between them. I thought he was waiting for someone. Maybe he was. A boy, maybe. 14, about this tall. His hand rose, palm flat, hovering in the air, at the height where Liam's head would have been when he stood in front of his mirror. After the boy died, the tailor continued, I did not see him again. Not on the bench, not on the street. Maybe he moved. Maybe he was never really there. The shop grew quieter. The sewing machine, asleep, cast a small shadow on the wall. A truck rumbled past outside, its sound dull, distant. In the ceiling above, a beam creaked, a tiny adjustment of wood and weight that made both of them look up, instinctively, as if expecting someone very tall to be standing just out of sight. In that moment, the building where they sat felt not unlike Riverside Heights itself, a place that had once been built for practical purposes and had, over time, accumulated a second life made of stories, glances, and unspoken fears. The ritual theory, with its red bindings and soul anchors and measured gates, did not erase the official explanation. It layered over it, like a second pattern stitched carefully on top of a plain garment, turning it into something else. Whether or not any of it was true, in the literal sense, almost stopped mattering. What mattered was that, in the minds of those who had known Liam and those who had only walked past him, The idea that he had tied all those knots alone for a moment of thrill felt colder than the thought that someone or something had dressed him for a journey he had never wanted to take. It started as a practical decision. I told myself I was only going through the old box to make space in the closet, not because some part of me wanted to invite Riverside Heights back into the room. The box had followed me through 3 apartments and 2 cities, a beat-up cardboard thing with my mother's handwriting on the lid, old school stuff. I had stepped around it for years, letting dust settle on the tape at its edges, pretending it contained nothing important. That night, the apartment was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the faint, watery sounds of traffic passing far below the window. My desk lamp made a small circle of light on the floor. I sat cross-legged beside the box, the way I had once sat in hallways and under tables as a kid, and peeled the old tape away. The cardboard sighed when it opened. Inside were the expected relics: graded worksheets, a plastic dinosaur with one leg missing, a stack of hand-drawn comics featuring aliens that all somehow looked like lumpy balloons. At the bottom, under a tangle of dried marker caps and a snapped ruler, my fingers closed around something heavier and more solid. I pulled out a cheap cassette recorder, the kind you could buy at a drugstore once upon a time. Its plastic was scuffed, the clear window over the tape head cloudy with age. A strip of yellowing label clung to one side, my childhood handwriting on it in cramped letters: Ghost Hunts. I stared at it for a moment, feeling the first small ripple in the calm of the room. I had almost forgotten about that phase. Late nights in Riverside Heights, sneaking into the hallway with the recorder cupped in my hands, whispering for ghosts to talk into the red, blinking eye. I hadn't thought any of it worked. The building had been loud enough on its own without needing invisible voices. There were still tapes in the box too, clattering under my fingers in their cracked plastic cases. Most were unmarked, were labeled with things like music and mix. One, though, had a strip of duct tape across it with a title scrawled on in smeared pen: Riverside, Night 3. The pressure in the room changed a little when I read it, as if someone had opened a door in the wall behind me. I told myself this was memory, not physics, and got up to dig my old cassette player out of a drawer. I still had one, a leftover from a brief, ironic nostalgia kick in my 20s. Tonight, the irony felt thin. I put fresh batteries in, clicked the tape into place, and set the recorder on my desk. For a second, I considered playing it through the tiny built-in speaker, keeping the sound at a distance. Instead, almost without deciding, I picked up my headphones and plugged them in. The ear cups settled over my ears with a soft pressure that muffled the outside world. My apartment shrank to a circle of lamplight and the weight of plastic resting under my hand. I pressed play. Static greeted me first, a soft ocean of hiss. Then, underneath, my own voice emerged, higher, thinner, edged with the small tremor of someone trying to sound braver than they felt. "Okay," the child me whispered. "This is Riverside Heights, 3rd floor. Night 3. A nervous giggle, quickly smothered. "If there are any ghosts, you can talk into this." Footsteps followed, hollow and close, the sound of sneakers on that old, flattening carpet. Somewhere in the background, a door creaked. There was the low buzz of the hallway light, a sound I could feel more than hear, vibrating in the back of my skull, even after all these years. Most of the recording was familiar in shape, if not in exact detail. My whispering commentary, A friend's stifled laughter, the scrape of a door I had no business touching. But about halfway through, the quality of the sound changed. The echo tightened. The buzz grew louder. I knew, in the way you know, the feel of your own room in the dark, that we had reached the stretch of corridor outside 304. On the tape, the childish version of me stopped walking. I could hear my breath, quick and shallow, brushing against the cheap microphone. "Is anyone there?" I whispered. In my headphones, the hallway fell into a silence that was not quite empty. It had the shape of silence in a place that is waiting for an answer. For a second, all I could hear was tape hiss and the faint, distant hum of the building's machinery, elevator cables, plumbing, the long, deep body of Riverside turning in its sleep. Then, clearly, close to the recorder, and much louder than it had any right to be, came 3 slow taps. Tap, tap, tap. The sound hit like knuckles on the other side of my skull. Each knock had weight, depth, the hollow resonance of something striking an inside surface. Listening in the present, I flinched, my shoulders tightening as if someone had rapped directly on the back of my head. On the tape, the child me gasped and choked on a nervous laugh. "Did you hear that?" My younger voice whispered in a rush to whoever was with me. Their answer tangled in the hiss, too soft now to make out. I had no memory of those taps being so loud. In my recollection, that night had been nothing but failed bravery and giggles. Hearing them now, confined in the narrow space between my ears, they sounded like the building answering a question I had not understood I was asking. The recording continued. Feet shuffled. More whispers. For a while, nothing remarkable happened. Just the confused, jittery audio of kids trying to film their own horror movie in a real place with real ghosts. I almost relaxed. Then at the edge of the noise, something else slipped in. It started as a murmur. So faint, I thought at first it was the tape degrading. A low, continuous sound under the hiss, under the distant pipes, shaped like speech, but blurred by distance, or by the way the cheap microphone had failed to catch the higher edges. I rewound a few seconds and listened again, leaning forward until my elbows pressed into my knees. "Is anyone there?" my smaller voice whispered once more. The taps came. Bang, bang, bang. Each knock a small, cold shock. Then after them, after my tiny intake of breath, the murmur rose. A string of syllables in a language I did not understand at 10 and could only half recognize now. The tone was calm, almost conversational. Not angry, not mocking, patient. It sounded like a man speaking just under his breath as he worked. I closed my eyes, focusing on the cadence. The rhythm tugged at something in my memory, the way older neighbors had sounded when they talked to each other in the laundry room. Words flowing in Mandarin, in Cantonese, in dialects I could not separate, but recognized as belonging to people who carried mountains in their voices. For a few seconds, it stayed in that other tongue. Then, as if someone had remembered I might be listening later, the voice shifted. The last sentence was in English, shaped by an accent that softened the consonants and stretched the vowels. It was barely above the level of the tape hiss. If I had not been wearing headphones, I would have missed it completely. "He will fit perfectly," the voice whispered. The words were so soft I almost convinced myself I had imagined them. I rewound again, fingers trembling now, and listened once more. There they were, threaded neatly between the third tap and my next breath. 4 words, spoken with the certainty of someone checking a measurement against a pattern they had used many times before. In the present, at my desk, I felt my own breath lock. The headphones pressed against the sides of my head like hands. On the tape, there was a tiny sound after the sentence. Not a word, not a knock. A soft, almost inaudible exhale, the kind you make without realizing when you step back from a job well done. At the exact moment that exhale slid through the wire and into my ears, something cold brushed the back of my neck. It was not a draft from the window. The window was closed. It was not the air conditioner. It was off. This was focused, narrow, the sensation of breath moving across skin from just inches away. Every hair along my neck and arms rose. My body reacted before my mind could catch up, shoulders hunching, head ducking as if to get away from a mouth I could not see. I paused the tape with a shaky thumb. The hiss cut off. The apartment fell into a deep, unnatural quiet. No fridge hum, no traffic. The silence pressed in, thick and listening. Slowly, fighting the childish urge to spin around fast enough to catch something in the corner of my eye, I turned my head. Behind me, there was only the room, the closed window, the shelves, the blank wall. No tall figures, no red bags, no one standing on the ceiling. The feeling did not return. The air cooled, gradually, to its normal temperature. The refrigerator, as if realizing it had been absent, kicked back on with a low rumble. Outside, a car passed, tires whispering on wet asphalt. On the desk, the cassette recorder sat with its tiny reel still, tape paused mid-loop. The label on the side, in my own long-ago handwriting, stared up at me. Riverside, Night 3. Somewhere on that thin brown ribbon, fixed in place by magnetic particles that had waited patiently for decades, a younger version of me whispered into the dark, asking if anyone was there. Years later, in a different room, in a different city, something had finally answered. Riverside Heights looked smaller from the outside than it had in my memory, but heavier, the way an old suitcase looks when you remember all the trips it has survived. The paint had peeled in more places. A few of the upper windows were boarded over, rectangles of raw plywood interrupting the patchwork of glass. Someone had tried to give the entrance a cosmetic refresh years ago. New awning, new intercom. But time had already begun to gnaw at those too. The river behind the building still moved in its slow brown way, but its sound seemed muted, muffled by newer windows and thicker doors. The constant wet whisper that used to seep into everything now reached me only as a dull, distant roar. I stood across the street longer than necessary, pretending to check my phone, watching people come and go through the front door. A woman with a stroller. A man balancing a sack of laundry on his hip. A kid in a hoodie, earbuds in, eyes down. None of them looked up at the building the way I did. For them, it was just a place to sleep, to leave, to come back to. For me, it was a mouth I had crawled out of and never fully stopped hearing. The lobby smelled different, but the bones were the same. The old tile had been replaced by something shinier, a beige grid that showed every scuff. The vending machine still hummed in the corner, but its front panel was newer, offering energy drinks and flavored water instead of sodas. The mailboxes had been upgraded to a sleeker style, though several doors already hung a little crooked, labels curling, the metal at the edges beginning to rust like old blood. The elevator waited where it always had, its doors a different color now, but its presence unmistakable. When someone pressed the call button, I heard the cables above emit a deeper, more exhausted groan than I remembered, as if the years had added weight to each ride. The doors opened and closed with the same slight shiver in the frame. A younger version of me would have stepped in without thinking. The version standing here now took a step back. "I will take the stairs," I told the security guard, who barely looked up from his phone. The words were for me more than for him. The stairwell door was heavier than it had been, fire code upgrades turning it into something that resisted being opened. Its side shut behind me with a thick thunk that cut off the lobby noise almost entirely. Inside, the stairwell smelled like concrete, dust, and a faint trace of old paint. A strip of institutional green climbed the walls up to waist height, just as it had when I was a child, though it had been repainted in a slightly different shade that did not quite match the old. I put my hand on the cool metal rail and began to climb. When I was small, these stairs had been a kind of game board. I knew exactly how many steps between floors, how many to skip if I wanted to reach the landing in an even rhythm. Tonight I counted under my breath, out of habit. 12 steps to the first turn, then another 8 to the first landing. The numbers came back easily, slotting into place as if some part of my muscles had never forgotten. My footsteps echoed in a hollow, layered way, overlapping with old memories of running up these same steps with friends, hearts pounding from made-up dares. In between my own steps, I heard the muffled voice of the elevators groan through the wall, a deeper, slower complaint, like an animal with arthritis. A light fixture buzzed overhead, the fluorescent tubes working harder to push out the same indifferent glow. The air felt thicker, as though the stairwell had become more sealed over time, less willing to trade its air with the outside world. On the second floor landing, I paused and looked down through the gap in the center of the stairwell. The vertical shaft framed a slice of the lobby far below, the vending machine's greenish light smearing faintly upward. When I was a kid, this space had been a place to whisper stories up and down, voices rising and falling, altered by the acoustics. Now, it was just a hollow, filled mostly with the sound of my own breathing and the occasional thump of someone's door closing on a lower floor. Another set of steps, 12, then 8. My legs remembered the stretch. My chest remembered the faint thrill and dread of approaching the third floor. By the time I reached the landing that led to it, my pulse had picked up in a way that had nothing to do with the climb. The door to the third floor hallway opened more easily than the one to the stairwell. Its handle felt familiar, worn smooth by countless hands. When I pushed it, the hallway's air met me like the breath of a sleeping animal, warmer and more complex than the stairwell's simple dust. It smelled of cooking oil, detergent, cheap air freshener, and something else older underneath that no amount of mopping would ever fully erase. The lights in the corridor hummed louder here, their cages throwing striped shadows on the walls. Their pitch had changed over the years, the way a voice does with age. Higher, more insistent, as if overcompensating for failing parts. The carpet was new, technically, but already losing the battle against traffic. Its pattern was a different swirl than the one from my childhood, but the effect was the same. A busy design meant to hide stains and failing. The river's voice barely reached this deep now. I could sense it more than hear it, a pressure behind the walls, a memory of sound. The building felt more sealed than before, its windows thicker, its seams tighter. Things stayed inside more easily now. Heat, smells, Maybe other things too. I turned left, the direction my body took before my mind framed the command, and started down the hallway. The numbers were slightly shinier than they had been. Newer metal screwed into the door at the same old height. Someone had hung a small plastic wreath on it. Faded flowers dusted with the residue of the corridor. 302 came next. Our door, once. The wood was different now, or at least painted differently. A smoother finish covering layers of history. The number plate was the same style as 301, but a faint rectangle on the door's surface hinted where the old one had been. For a moment, I saw overlapping versions. The door, with the small scratch from where I had rammed my bike handle into it. The door, with my mother's handmade paper decorations taped around the frame, one new year. The door I had slammed in teenage anger more than once. I did not knock. A television murmured behind it, voices from a show that did not exist when we lived there. Someone had put a small rug outside, patterned with cartoon cats. This life was not my business. I let my gaze slide over the door and move on. 303 wore its numbers straight and unremarkable, the metal tidy, the peephole like a small, closed eye. A faint smell of incense seeped from the crack at the bottom, the kind that clings to fabric. I remembered an older woman living there when I was a child, offering candies from a glass jar. Someone else lived there now, but the scent made time fold for a second. Then there was 304. I knew from Luis and the others that it was no longer rented as an apartment. Storage, they had said. Maintenance keeps extra supplies in there. No one lives inside. The hallway itself, however, seemed to lean away from that door a fraction, the way a conversation leans away when someone mentions a topic everyone would rather avoid. The door to 304 was not like the others. It had been replaced at some point, its paint a slightly different tone that almost matched the hallway, but not quite. The finish was smoother, the grain of the wood hidden. The lock was newer, a heavier deadbolt and a key card plate someone had installed in a burst of security consciousness that did not extend to the rest of the floor. The numbers, though, were old. 304, 3 metal digits screwed into the painted surface, their edges chipped, the silver showing through where fingers or time had worn the dark coating away. The 3 sat straight. The 0 was obedient, a perfect oval. The 4 was wrong. It tilted just a little, its top edge leaning away from the door, as if it were trying to fall off. Someone had clearly tried to correct it. The outline of old screw holes showed where it had been removed and put back on more than once. But no matter how they had set it, it had settled again into this crooked posture, a number that refused to sit upright like its neighbors. I stood in front of it, longer than I should have, staring at that defiant angle. Memories layered over the present. The half-open door of my childhood, the sliver of dim room, the red dress on the back of the chair, the too tall shadow leaning down. Later, Mara's scream, the echo in the stairwell, the single drop of wax that should not have fallen. The crooked 4 seemed to hold all of it at once, a small, warped symbol, trying and failing to tell the truth in a language of digits. In some of the cultures that had passed through Riverside Heights, 4 was a bad number. Its words sounded too much like death. People skipped it in address numbers, in floor labels, in phone numbers. Here it refused to be skipped. It clung to the door with chipped corners and a stubborn tilt, a little metal warning no one had heeded in time. The hallway light above me buzzed and flickered, a brief stutter that deepened the shadows around the door. For a heartbeat, the number vanished, then reappeared. 304, the last digit still slightly askew, as if, in that fraction of darkness, it had tried to straighten itself and then given up. I became aware of my own breathing. The way it sounded louder here than it had by 301 or 302. Somewhere down the hall, a television switched channels, the change in voices reaching me as a distant, tinny shift. The building creaked once in its long bones. No three-part tap came. No whisper slid under the door. The horror, for now, was in the waiting. I reached out without quite meaning to, and let the tips of my fingers hover a millimeter from the surface of the door, not touching. The paint was cool, the air between my skin and the wood delicate and tense, like the moment before a knock. I did not knock. Not yet. Instead, I lowered my hand, stepped back, and let the crooked number remain exactly as it was. A small, silent refusal to line up with the story everyone had tried to tell about what had happened behind it. The building manager was younger than I expected, which made me feel older than I wanted to admit. She wore a lanyard and a wary expression, eyes darting from my face to my ID, to the notepad I had brought as a prop. Writing about the building, I had said. I grew up here, 3rd floor. I just wanted to see it once more. It was not entirely a lie. Storage only, she reminded me, walking ahead down the hallway. Her keys jingled on her hip, the sound a small, bright contrast to the flat hum of the lights. No pictures of anything with tenant info? No names on boxes? 10 minutes. That's fine, I said. My voice sounded calm. My heartbeat did not match it. At the door to 304, she hesitated a fraction of a second. It might have been my imagination, but I saw her gaze linger on the crooked 4 before she selected a key from the ring. The metal slid into the new lock with a soft click. The deadbolt turned with a low, reluctant groan, like something heavy rolling over in its sleep. "Watch your step," she said, more to the door than to me, and pushed it open. The air that rolled out was colder than the hallways. Not dramatically, not like a freezer blast, just enough to make the hairs along my arms lift under my sleeves. It smelled faintly of dust, cardboard, and the plastic scent of old electronics. Underneath, if I focused, there was a thinner layer of something else. Old detergent, stale candle smoke, the ghost of lives that had once cooked and burned and slept here. The layout was the same. Of course it was. Walls do not move just because people do. The small living room opened directly from the door, a rectangle of space now choked with boxes and the silent hulks of discarded appliances. A refrigerator with its door taped shut, a stack of paint cans with dried drips down their sides, a sofa turned on its end, legs pointing toward the ceiling. Light came in through the window over the radiator, thinner than it should have been, strained through grime and the slight tint of new glass. "You good?" the manager asked, standing in the doorway, keys still in her hand. "I'm good," I said. "I'll be right out here," she added. Perhaps for my comfort, perhaps for her own. She left the door open behind me, but stepped back into the hallway, where the familiarity of buzzing lights and numbered doors could still reassure her that this was just a job. I moved carefully through the maze. Boxes were labeled in quick, functional handwriting. Filters, office supplies, spare parts. An old washing machine lurked in one corner, like an animal waiting to be either revived or stripped for metal. The floor creaked under my weight, boards complaining softly in long, drawn-out vowels. Even with all the new clutter, I could see the old shape of the room. The space where a small TV had once sat, the patch of wall where a picture had hung, slightly less faded than the surrounding paint. My brain overlaid memories on the present. A younger Liam sprawled on a couch, remote in hand. Mara coming in with a bag of laundry balanced on one hip. The candle on the table, flame trembling. The hallway to the bedroom drew my eye like a sentence that hadn't been finished. I made my way toward it, one hand brushing the wall to steady myself around a leaning tower of chairs. The bedroom door was gone, replaced by an empty frame. Inside, the room felt both larger and smaller, without furniture. A few metal shelving units lined one wall, holding more boxes, a rolled rug, a vacuum cleaner with its hose wrapped tight around it. The ceiling beam above was the same, a long rectangle cutting across, its edges fresher where someone had repainted around it. I stepped into the center of the room and stopped. This is where the bed was, I murmured to myself, though no one had asked. Against the far wall, under the window. I could almost see the outline of it, the phantom rectangle of mattress and blankets. It was as if the air there remembered being pressed down by a sleeping body. I stood where Liam's chest would have been when he lay on his back, staring up at that beam, thinking of rope, of patterns, of 4 a.m. shadows. I turned my head slightly, imagining the place where the chair had stood. A scuff on the floor near the center of the room caught the light, a groove in the laminate that did not match the newer scratches from boxes. I imagined bare feet on that chair, toes curling against weathered wood. The rope taut, the candle burning on some small surface behind me, its flame doing what it could. My throat tightened. I closed my eyes. With my eyes shut, the present thinned. The hum of the building became more distinct. The vibration of pipes in the walls. The faint, distant growl of the river filtered through insulation and time. My own breathing filled my ears, louder than anything else. A steady in and out that felt suddenly like a question. Still here? Still here? Above, faint but insistent, there was something else. Not a creak, not exactly. More like a low thrum in the ceiling, as if somewhere in the structure, a machine I could not see was idling. It might have been a fan in another unit. It might have been nothing at all. But the sound carried a quality I recognized from the tape in my apartment. The thin, layered vibration of a frequency hanging just below what speech uses. I opened my eyes. The shelving, the boxes, the vacuum cleaner snapped back into place around me. The room was just a room again, with scuffed floors and a slightly peeling radiator. If I was going to let this place haunt me, I told myself, I might as well look at it clearly. I turned toward the closet. The door was half open, the inside filled haphazardly with mismatched items. A mop bucket, a box of light bulbs, a stack of ceiling tiles leaning against one wall. The upper shelf was empty. I ducked inside, letting the familiar narrowness close around me. The plaster on the back wall was cracked in a few places. Near the floor, a board along the base stuck out a few millimeters farther than the others, as if it had swollen with water and then dried. Old habits surfaced. I crouched and ran my fingers along the edge of the board. The wood shifted under the pressure, then moved more easily than swollen boards should. It rocked inward with a dry, reluctant creak. Sorry, I muttered, as if to the room. With a little more coaxing, the plank loosened. It pivoted out and down, revealing a narrow, dusty gap behind it. The smell that came out was older than the rest of the closet. That particular scent of long, undisturbed dust, the faint tang of paper, that has been slowly losing its arguments with time. Something pale lay flat against the back plaster. I reached in carefully, fingers brushing grit and a few tiny, unidentifiable fragments. My fingertips caught the edge of the pale thing and eased it out. It was a scrap of paper, no bigger than my hand. Age had yellowed it unevenly. The edges curled up slightly. Pencil lines marked its surface in a hurried, uncertain hand. I recognized the way you recognize your own reflection in an old photograph. Younger, but undeniably yours. Or in this case, his. The drawing was simple, almost childlike in its economy, but the image it held was unmistakable. On the left side of the scrap, a figure hung from a horizontal line, legs dangling. The body was drawn in a few strokes, a long triangle for the torso, thin lines for arms and legs. Around the torso, the triangle had been shaded heavier. The pencil pressed down again and again until the shape looked darker than anything else on the page. Above it, a small circle for a head, tilted sharply to one side. Even without color, I knew what that dark triangle was. A dress. Red in his mind. Red in everyone else's later. To the right of the hanging figure stood another shape. Taller, much taller. Its body was a simple vertical rectangle, reaching almost to the top edge of the paper. No arms were drawn, but near the middle of its side, a smaller rectangle jutted out, like a hand holding something. At the end of that small extension was another shaded shape, a tiny bag, squared with a handle, darkened with the same insistence as the dress. The head of the tall figure was an empty oval, no eyes, no mouth, just the suggestion of a face that refused to be defined. Between the two figures, faint lines extended from the horizontal line above to the top of the tall rectangle, as if Liam had tried, erased, and tried again to connect them, to show that whatever held the dress was also held by the thing standing beside it. I turned the paper over. On the back, in the corner, a small scribble, LK, followed by a date smeared almost beyond recognition. The year, though, was clear enough. It was from before he died. I sank back on my heels in the closet, the scrap of paper careful between my fingers. The building manager shifted in the hallway outside, the faint rustle of her jacket reminding me I was not entirely alone. But in that moment, with the drawing between me and the cracked plaster, I felt more keenly than ever that someone else had been here first, seeing shapes he did not know how to name. Liam had drawn himself hanging in the dress before he ever put the rope around his body. He had drawn the tall, faceless shape beside him, holding a small dark bag, before anyone on a bench ever appeared. Maybe it was a nightmare he wanted to exorcise. Maybe it was an image that had come uninvited, pressing itself into his mind until he could only bleach it a little by putting it on paper and hiding it behind a plank. Or maybe, and this was the thought that made the air in the closet feel suddenly thinner, maybe he had simply drawn what was already there in the room with him, the after image of a life that had not yet finished happening. Above me, faint but clear, the building gave a small, stubborn creak, as if adjusting its spine around a weight it still refused to put down. I did not want to leave, not yet. The logical part of my brain was already drafting the exit, thank the manager, walk back down the stairs, step out into air that did not taste like old plaster. The rest of me felt pinned to 304 by something quieter and less reasonable. Would it be all right if I had a few minutes alone? I asked, the scrap of Liam's drawing still warm from my hand in my pocket. The The manager considered, chewing on the inside of her cheek. "You're not going to move anything, right? Liability and all that." "I will not touch a thing," I said, which was almost true. "Just need to remember." She hesitated a second longer, then nodded, stepping back into the hallway. 10 minutes, she said. "I'll be right outside." She left the door mostly closed behind her, the latch resting but not fully catching, a thin crescent of light from the corridor cutting across the floor. I crossed the room to the light switch and flipped it down. The overhead fluorescents snapped off, taking their harsh buzz with them. For a moment, 304 was fully dark, the kind of dense indoor dark that feels like a thick fabric thrown over furniture. Then my eyes began to register the shapes, the rectangular ghosts of the window and door, the pale outlines of boxes stacked against the walls, the faint strip of hallway light leaking in under the door. It was not hard to imagine nights here. The contact lens glow of the TV in the living room, the slimmer band of street light pushing past the edges of the blinds, the river's sound louder then when the windows were thinner, rising and falling like someone breathing just outside. Picking my way around the stored appliances by memory, now rather than sight, I returned to the bedroom. The darkness was softer here, drawn down by the smaller window and the boxes that blocked part of it. The air was cooler than in the living room, the cold more insistent on the back of my neck. I lowered myself to the floor in the place where Liam's bed had once stood. The laminate was hard but familiar, its faint roughness against my shoulder blades sending a shiver of recognition through me. I folded one arm behind my head and stared up at the ceiling beam, letting my body fall into the pose of someone lying in bed, staring up because there was nowhere else to look. It was a ridiculous thing to do, I knew. There was nothing inherently sacred about this particular square of floor. Beds move, furniture gets rearranged, but the mind insists on attaching meaning to coordinates, and mine had already decided this rectangle was an absence shaped like a mattress. I tried to breathe like I used to when I was a child in a different apartment in this building. Slow, shallow, afraid of making too much noise in case something heard me that I did not want hearing me. The room responded in small sounds. Somewhere in the walls, a pipe released a slow, reluctant drip. You do not hear the first drop so much as feel it. A tiny, faraway tick in the bones of the building. Then another came, and another, irregular but inevitable. The sound traveled down through plaster and wood, soft but distinct. Farther away, muted by floors and doors, the elevator dinged. The note was duller than I remembered, like a bell someone had wrapped in cloth. It announced the arrival of a car I could not see, carrying people who had no idea someone was lying in the dark of a storage unit, listening for ghosts. Above me, in the beam, there was a vibration. Faint, at the edge of perception, as if something mechanical shared the same structural line. A fan, maybe, or a piece of ductwork. Or perhaps it was only my own pulse, syncing up with the memory of weight on that wood, of rope biting into grain, and then into skin. My eyes adjusted slowly. The beam resolved from a darker stripe into a defined shape, edges sharp against the lighter ceiling. The longer I looked, the more tricks my vision began to play. The brain, confronted with shadow and history, tries to make sense. At first, all I saw was the beam. Then gradually, a different darkness began to suggest itself on the plaster beside it. It was not a clear outline, not an obvious figure, just a vaguer patch of gray that did not match the rest of the ceiling. Longer than a person, It stretched from where the head of the bed would have been almost to the place where someone's feet might have ended. Its edges were soft, as if someone had smeared smoke along the seam between beam and plaster. I blinked, hard. The afterimage danced in my vision, then settled back onto the ceiling in a slightly different shape, like a stain that could not decide how honest it wanted to be. If I squinted, it looked like something lying up there, pressed against the underside of the floor above, spine aligned with the beam, limbs outstretched just beyond my ability to resolve them. I thought of the child on the floor below, telling anyone who would listen, I saw someone up there with him, someone very tall, standing on the ceiling. I thought of Mara's dream, the figure beside her son's bed, with the red bag where its head should be. I imagined, with a clarity that made my stomach knot, what it would be like to open your eyes in the dark and realize that the ceiling above you was not just paint and plaster, but a body, stretched long and thin, watching. Nothing, I whispered to myself. It is just uneven paint, nothing else. The dark patch did not answer. It remained where it was, neither deepening nor disappearing. The longer I stared, the more it felt as if it were staring back, the way a blank pane of glass can seem to develop an expression if you look long enough. I closed my eyes for a few breaths, forcing air in and out of my lungs until the tightness in my chest loosened. When I opened them again, the stain was gone. The ceiling was just a ceiling. Beam, plaster, hairline cracks, a faint watermark near the corner. Whatever shape I had seen was now only on the inside of my eyelids, etched there by imagination and bad light. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding and rolled onto my side, then pushed myself up to sitting. The floor was cold through my jeans. My knees popped as I stood. For a second, I felt almost foolish, a grown person lying on a storage room floor, chasing shadows like a child. As I stepped out of the bedroom and into the living room again, something brushed the top of my head. It was light, so light that if my nerves had not already been flayed open, I might have dismissed it. A gentle, skimming touch, as if a length of fabric or a hand had passed just above my hair. I froze mid-step, heart slamming hard against my ribs. The ceiling above me was well out of reach, empty save for the beam, some cobwebs in the corners, and a lone fly slowly circling a spot near the light fixture. I raised a hand to my hair. Nothing. No dust, no web. Just the sensation of having bumped into something that left no mark. 10 minutes. The manager called from the hall, her voice flattened by the door. You okay in there? I am, I said, though the words came out a little too quickly. Coming out. The air in 304 felt heavier as I crossed back to the door, as if the room had exhaled when I stood up, and now was drawing breath in again. I opened the door wider. The hallway light spilled in, bleaching the stored boxes into paler shapes. The manager looked up from her phone, her expression neutral but not unfriendly. Find what you needed? She asked. Yes, I said, because anything more complicated would have taken hours. Thank you. We stepped out together. I pulled the door closed behind us, feeling the latch catch, hearing the soft snick of the deadbolt dropping back into place. The crooked four stared at me from the painted wood, tilted defiance unchanged. As we turned to walk away, it came. From inside 304, from behind the closed door, and the stack of stored things and the beam and the empty patch of floor where a bed had once been, 3 slow taps sounded. Tap, tap, tap. They were not loud. They did not rattle the door, or vibrate the walls. But they were clear, each knock separated by a pause long enough to register, the rhythm identical to the one that had echoed through my childhood bedroom, through Liam's walls, through the old cassette tape waiting in a box. I stopped mid-step, the sound freezing me in place. The manager kept walking until she realized I was no longer beside her. She turned, eyebrows raised. "You hear that?" I asked before I could stop myself. "Hear what?" she said. In her face, there was no sign of recognition, no flinch, no forced ignorance. Only the faint impatience of someone whose long day had just stretched a little longer. Behind us, 304's door sat in quiet, its paint unruffled, its lock untroubled. "Nothing," I said. My voice sounded thin in the humming hallway. It was nothing. But the skin along my spine remembered the rhythm. The building, I thought, had simply knocked back. One more time, for old time's sake. Right now, you are in your own room again. Not in Riverside Heights. Not on the third floor of someone else's story. You are in the space you know best. Your bed, your sheets, your lamp, your ceiling. Maybe the light beside you is low and warm. Maybe your phone screen is the only thing still glowing. Somewhere nearby, there might be a glass of water, a mug with a faint ring at the bottom, a pile of clothes that you meant to fold hours ago. The small, familiar clutter of your life is here with you, grounding you in a way no police report and no ghost story ever could. You have followed a boy through an old building tonight. You have watched him argue about homework and then choose a red dress. You have watched his mother return to a candle and a silence that did not make sense. You have walked those same hallways years later in someone else's shoes, touching the number on the door and listening for the three-part tap that may or may not have been there all along. You have heard two versions of the same death. One with headings and signatures and careful, official language that calls rope a ligature and a dress a cross-dressing behavior. Another told in kitchens and small shops and under buzzing stairwell lights, where people map old mountain rituals onto city tragedies because they know that red cloth and knots have never been neutral. Somewhere between those two versions, a boy named Liam lived and stopped living. Stories like this sit in a strange place. Some of them are told to punish. You know those stories, the ones that wag a finger at anyone who dares to step outside of what is expected, that hide moral judgment, inside talk of accidents and dangerous behavior. Some are told to warn, to make you think twice before you reach for something sharp or heavy or forbidden when you are alone. And some are told because someone cannot stand the thought that a life could blink out in a small bedroom and leave no trace at all. There is another possibility too, one that is harder to say out loud. Some stories may be told because places do not want to be forgotten. Buildings soak up sound, scent, footsteps, arguments, music from other people's televisions. They collect the echoes of everything that passes through them, and most of the time, they carry all of that quietly, layer after layer, without complaint. But every once in a while, something happens inside their walls that rearranges them a little. A beam shifts. A number on a door refuses to sit straight. A spot on a ceiling refuses to let light erase it. If a building could dream, maybe it would dream in stories. Maybe it would take all the scattered pieces, police reports, whispered legends, childhood recordings, hidden drawings, and hang them together like a red garment on a line, moving slightly whenever someone walks beneath. Where does that leave Liam? Maybe, in the end, he was just a lonely child who made a terrible mistake while trying to feel less alone in his own skin. Maybe there was no ritual, no mountain script, no man with a red bag measuring his height with invisible hands. Maybe an old rope and a tired chair, and a series of bad seconds aligned in the worst possible way, and everything that came after. Tales of soul gates, crooked numbers, tall shadows, was the building's way and the neighbor's way of trying to give shape to the unbearable. Accident is harder to live with than curse, or maybe he was chosen, not by fate in an abstract sense, but by someone who knew exactly how many knots to tie, how to drape red cloth so it would catch a spirit like a net, how to angle shoes under a bed as a silent contract. You go this way, I go that way, and we never meet again. Maybe the measuring tape in Mara's dream and the whisper on the cassette, he will fit perfectly, were not just the brain misfiring under stress, but the faintest leak of a plan that had been made somewhere else, in some other room, long before that night. Most of the time, the world will not tell you which maybe is true. Most of the time, it cannot. The official file closes itself with a neat, heavy stamp. The whispered versions keep circulating, changing details, adding flourishes, forgetting other parts. In the middle of all that, there is a boy in a red dress who once stood in front of a mirror, breathing quietly, trying out small changes in expression, as if searching for a face that felt more like his. Tonight, that boy is not in the hallway or on the ceiling. He is in your room, but only in the way any story is. As an echo shaped into language, riding the air between your ears. He is in the way your mind pictures your own door half open, the way you suddenly notice the sound of your refrigerator cycling on, the way you become aware of the space above your bed that you usually never think about. This is where the story becomes a mirror, because you have your own hallways, literal or not. You have rooms you do not like to walk past at night, topics you do not like to think about when you are too tired. You have clothes you keep at the back of the closet that feel more honest and more dangerous than what you wear outside. You have rituals, small ones, private ones, that you use to make yourself feel safe or seen or less unfinished. Hearing about Liam, you might feel pity or fear or a prickling anger on his behalf. You might feel a softer, stranger recognition. That sense of being measured by other people's eyes, by their expectations, by reports that reduce you to a handful of phrases and behaviors. Maybe you have been the quiet one in your own family, the person who seemed fine until the day they were not. Maybe you have been the child at the window, looking out at a bench where someone waited with something red in their hands, and you did not know whether they were dangerous or lost or both. The story leans over your bed now, but not to hurt you. It leans over like a ceiling that has realized it has been looked at, like a building that has heard its name spoken out loud again after years of silence. It asks, gently, what you are carrying that no one else can see. What ropes, invisible and otherwise, you have wrapped around yourself in the hope of becoming the person in your reflection instead of the person on paper. Remember this. As you lie there, listening to the last of the night noises in your own home, you are not a case file. You are not a rumor in a stairwell. You are not a drawing hidden behind a plank. The story of the boy in the red dress might brush against places in you that still ache, but it does not define you. It only shows you how thin some thresholds can be, between what is spoken and what is not, between the official version and the whispered one, between the person you show to others and the one you think might be too strange to bring into the light. Somewhere far away, beside a river that may or may not sound the way it used to, Riverside Heights still stands. The crooked 4 is probably still crooked. The beam in 304 still holds its weight. People come and go, carrying groceries, laundry, their own small secret lives. Most never think of Liam at all. That is the way of the world. Stories fade unless someone keeps telling them. Tonight, you have helped keep this one alive, simply by listening. You have let an old building and a boy's brief life cross the distance between then and now, between that hallway and this room. Whatever really happened, accident, ritual, or some uneasy mixture of both, the echo of it is now part of the quiet surrounding your bed, woven into the steady rhythm of your own breathing. The uncanny is still here, but it is softer now, like a reflection in a dark window that you can look away from whenever you choose. The rest of the night and the rest of the story will decide what to do next. Right now, wherever you are listening from, your room is doing what rooms do best. It is holding you. It is containing the small weather of your body and your thoughts. The outside world may still be busy somewhere beyond your walls, but inside this space, things are quieter, smaller, more focused. Take a moment and notice the things you usually do not. The sound of your own breathing, for example. It moves in and out at a certain pace, almost like the tide. You probably do not think about it most of the time. Now, if you pay attention, you can hear the tiny details. The way air feels a little cooler at the tip of your nose when you breathe in. The faint warmth against your upper lip when you breathe out. The very soft, secret sound your throat makes as it opens and closes. Listen to the bed beneath you. Mattresses are not as silent as they pretend to be. When you shift your weight, even slightly, there's a small adjustment somewhere inside the springs or the foam. A muted creak, a tiny sigh, a subtle settling. It might be so soft that only you notice it, but that is the point. The bed is learning your shape again tonight, remembering where your shoulders rest and where your knees bend, remembering how far you reach when you stretch under the covers. Around you, your room has its own set of noises, a background choir that you have grown so used to that you rarely hear it. If there is a fridge in the next room, you may catch the low, steady growl of its motor. Every so often, plastic in its frame will release a little tension with a quiet crack. That is only the material remembering what temperature it prefers. If there is a clock, it is marking time for you with small, stubborn ticks. Not dramatic, not important in themselves, but constant, like footsteps that never leave the same square of floor. Somewhere in a wall, there might be a faint buzzing, the sound of electricity moving through old wiring, or the vibration of someone upstairs closing a drawer. Pipes might hiss now and then, water moving from one level to another, carrying other people's evenings past your own. You may hear your building breathe, a floorboard flexing, a window pane settling back into its frame after the air outside cools, radiators clanking softly as they expand or rest. All of these sounds have harmless reasons. The world of materials is always shifting a little, even when you are trying to hold still. So if you hear the pipes hiss tonight, it is just water deciding which direction to go. If you hear the fridge crack once like a knuckle, it is only plastic cooling and relaxing. If you hear a neighbor's door close with that hollow corridor echo. It is only someone else going to bed, or coming home, or stepping briefly into their own small universe. Now, let your attention drift to the space above you. You may normally ignore it. The ceiling is one of the most unnoticed parts of any room. It is simply there. Paint, plaster, maybe a little texture. Perhaps there is a light fixture, or a fan, or nothing at all but a wide, blank surface. You do not need to stare at it. You only need to remember that in this room, tonight, it belongs to you. It outlines the top of your safe space. If, at some point later, when the story has finished and your eyes are half closed, you think you hear a very faint scrape just above your head, like a rope rubbing softly against wood, your mind may jump back to Riverside Heights. That is normal. You have just spent time in a place where ceilings held weight that they should never have had to hold. If that happens, notice that your first reaction is probably to hold your breath. You may lie very still for a moment, listening. The scrape may repeat, or it may not. It might be the building changing temperature, a neighbor moving a chair, a branch outside brushing gently against the roof. Your imagination is allowed its small leap. Let it have that. Then remember where you are. You are not in 304. You are not under that beam. Your ceiling is just a ceiling. There is no crooked number on your door. There is no red bag resting patiently on a bench downstairs. There is only your familiar paint, your familiar cracks, your familiar patterns in the plaster that you sometimes pretend are faces or islands when you are bored. You can, if you want, even smile a little when you notice the scrape, not because you enjoy being startled, but because some part of you understands that the story has reached out a hand and brushed gently past the edge of your night. It has not come to grab you. It has only come to remind you that you are somewhere else, listening, alive, not a sketch behind a plank or a line in a file. Let your attention move slowly now, from the ceiling down to the edges of the room. Somewhere there are your shoes. You may know exactly where you left them. By the door, lined up with habit. Under the bed, kicked off without thinking. In a little pile near a chair. Picture them for a moment. Their color, their scuffs, the way they lean slightly inward or outward from all the times you have walked in them. In the story, shoes mattered. Their direction became part of something larger and darker, a silent message written in angles, one pointing into the world of the living, one toward whatever waited beyond the last step. Here, in your room, they are only shoes. They remember the grocery store, a friend's house, a commute, not any ancient agreement about who goes where after death. Still, there is a small exercise you can do, if you like. When this is over, before you fall fully asleep, you might glance at your shoes. If you see that one is pointing inward and one outward, under the bed or by the door, you might feel a tiny tug of unease. The story has planted that seed. That is all right. Seeds are not dangerous on their own. You can reach down and straighten them. Turn them so that the toes face the same way, neat and side by side. Not because a ritual demands it, not because anything terrible will happen if you do not, simply because symmetry is calming. There is something very gentle about bringing small things into alignment when the big things in life often refuse to be tidy. Imagine that movement now, even if you do not physically perform it. Your hand reaching for the nearest shoe, turning it slightly. the soft scrape of rubber or leather on the floor, the brief sense of order that comes from seeing both shoes parallel, ready for tomorrow's walk. Your mind understands, on some quiet level, that this is you choosing your own direction in a way that Liam never had the chance to. Add the listen again to your room, the mattress under you, your breathing, a car passing outside, maybe the faint murmur of a television through a wall, or a dog barking 2 floors down, or the wind fingering the edge of a window. These are the kinds of sounds that mean normal, even when they come at odd hours. They are the proof that other lives are moving around you, that you are part of a larger, messy, human building full of people who also lie awake sometimes, wondering about their own stories. If, later tonight, the house creaks as if it is shifting its weight, you will know that walls and floors do that. If a pipe knocks 3 times as water hurries past, the rhythm may make you think of Riverside Heights for a brief second. Then you can let it go. The building you live in now is not trying to keep a secret from you. It is only trying to hold itself together. You are allowed to keep one ear open to the uncanny, if that makes you feel strangely alive. You are also allowed to roll over, pull the covers up to your shoulders, and decide that every noise tonight belongs to this room, this life, this moment. The story has done its work. It has moved the edges of your awareness a little. Now your room can move them back, wrapping itself around you with the simple sounds of home. By now, the story has stretched itself out and laid down beside you. It is quieter than it was at the beginning. The sharpest images have softened a little, like photographs left out on a table overnight. The boy in the red dress is not at the center of your mind anymore. He is standing a little off to the side, in the corner of your thoughts, like someone waiting politely at the edge of a room they do not quite belong to. You, though, are exactly where you belong. In your own bed, in your own night. Look around, just with your mind if your eyes are heavy. There is the familiar shape of your pillow. There is the blanket, folded or tangled in the way it always ends up by this time. There is the soft glow from a screen or a lamp, or maybe just the thin gray of whatever light manages to sneak in from outside. There might be a chair with a jacket resting on it, a small heap of things you meant to put away, and will, eventually. Every object in this room knows you. It knows the weight of your hand, the sound of your footsteps, the angle at which you usually leave it. Nothing here is surprised that you are breathing in this space tonight. The walls have heard you talk and sigh and laugh and mutter to yourself when you cannot find your keys. The floor has learned the pattern of your walking. The bed has memorized the way you curl up when you are too tired to stay awake any longer. The frightening parts of this story live elsewhere. In a hallway beside a river, in a 3rd-floor apartment with a crooked number, in a small bedroom where a ceiling beam remembers weight it should never have carried. Those places are far away, sealed in their own time. You have only invited their echo in for a while. Echoes can be asked, gently, to leave. Think again of Liam, but more softly now. Not as a body on a stretcher or a frame in a police report, but as a boy who wanted for one night to see himself differently. A boy who stood in front of a mirror and tried on another version of himself, not to shock anyone, not to perform for an audience, but simply to feel for a few minutes like he fit into his own skin. The red dress swayed a little when he moved. The black swimsuit hugged his body. He posed, without smiling, just watching. In that moment, Before ropes and beams and sirens, he was not a warning or a cautionary tale. He was just a person reaching for a shape of himself that felt truer than the one others had handed him. That image is one of the things this story has given you, whether you wanted it or not. It will stay with you longer than the procedural language of any report. It will linger, not as a jump scare, but as a small ache. Maybe the real haunting is not Liam's ghost in a hallway or on a ceiling. Maybe it is the way we carry him in our minds after the story ends. A boy in a red dress, caught between the person he was allowed to be and the person he wanted to try being, for just a few hours on a windy night. A boy whose outline was remembered so clearly by an old building that the beams and floors kept his shape long after his body was gone. Places remember us in strange ways. Riverside Heights may still do what it has always done: collect footsteps, trap arguments in its plaster, store laughter in its stairwell echoes. But after what happened in 304, maybe it remembers a little differently. Maybe, once in a while, when the building shifts in the cold, it hears again the faint rasp of rope against wood and adjusts its bones, the way a person shifts in bed after a bad dream, not to recreate the moment, but to settle it more comfortably into its structure. And out by the river, on some nights when the wind is just right, perhaps someone walking below those windows hears a small creak above them. Not the full shock of a crash or a shout, just a single gentle groan of old timber. To them, it might sound like a swing moving with no one on it, its chains complaining once or twice as it rocks on its own. They will look up maybe, see nothing special, shake their head, keep walking. The river will keep talking to itself in the dark. Very soon, this story will fall quiet. The images will dim. The number on the door will straighten or tilt in whatever way your memory prefers. Riverside Heights will go back to being a place you only visit if you choose to. What will stay are smaller things. The sound of a 3-part knock in your imagination. The idea that a building can listen. The sense that clothes in a closet can hold dreams heavier than fabric. If, after this story ends, you hear 3 slow taps somewhere in your room, on the wall behind your headboard, under the bed, in the pipes inside the bathroom, your body may tense for a second. Your heart may skip. That is all right. You have trained yourself to notice certain rhythms tonight. 3 knocks will sound like an answer, even if you did not ask a question. In that moment, you can remember this. It does not have to mean anything. Pipes knock. Neighbors drop something against their wall. Old furniture settles with a little complaint. The world is always making small, random patterns of sound, and sometimes our minds light up those patterns and call them messages. You do not have to answer. You do not have to speak back into the dark. You can let it be just one more sound in a world full of sounds. Let the official story go, with its cold closing line. Let the whispered ritual version sit where it belongs, in stairwells, in kitchens, and late-night conversations. Let Liam be more than either. More than a file, more than a ghost, more than a cautionary tale. Wish him, quietly, what he did not get on that last night. An easy breath, an untangled rope, a way of being seen that did not cost him anything. You can, if you like, offer him a small blessing in your own mind. Something simple. May whatever was restless in him find a place to rest. May the parts of him that were ashamed or afraid soften into something like peace. May the image of him in his red dress become less about fear and more about the courage it takes to try on a different self when no one is looking. And for yourself, wish something too. A deep, unbroken sleep, where no rope tightens around your chest, where no dress weighs heavy with someone else's judgment, where ceilings are just ceilings and do not hide anything but wiring and dust. A night in which the worst thing that happens is that you wake up once, roll over, and then fall back down into the dark like a stone into a safe, deep pool. The story has to end somewhere, even if its echo goes on. So, it will end here, in your room, with the lights as low as you want them, with your breathing slowing, with your thoughts stretching out and thinning like mist over water. The boy in the red dress is far from your room tonight. The only thing hanging above you now is the quiet of your own ceiling, and it has always known how to let you sleep.